Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me for the national anthem. Members, please observe a moment of silence in memory of the following persons who have passed away: Giuseppina Vespoli De Luca, John Jack Foster, Sharon Pollock, Douglas George Palsy, Havazar Rahman, Leanne Regadance, James Cam Campbell Woodburn. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Members, at this time, I wish to call upon Mayor Tory to address City Council.
Well, Speaker and colleagues, before I begin to speak about the residential schools tragedy and introduce our guest, special guest, Chief Laforme, I know members are all shocked by the tragedy which took place in London, Ontario in the past couple of days as a result of an act of anti-Muslim hatred. I just spoke to this matter with the media and expressed not only the condolences of the council and the people of the City of Toronto, expressed to the family of the victims and the friends of the victims, to the Muslim community in the City of London, and of course to the Muslim community here in the City of Toronto and indeed across Canada. And I expressed as well at the same time our complete rejection of Islamophobia and acts of hatred of this kind directed against our Muslim community or anybody else, and expressed our continuing determination as a city to fight this kind of attitude, this kind of a behavior in every way that we possibly can, and to work to build a city that will reflect the embrace of each other, that will reflect the respect that we feel for each other in the vast, vast majority, and to build the kind of city that has us free of the fear and the hate and the discrimination evidenced by recent acts here, but also by this terrible tragedy that has taken place in the City of London, Ontario. And so we stand in solidarity with the people of the City of London, Ontario, and particularly with the Muslim community there. And I know that members of Council will have an opportunity to speak to this matter as a result of some motions that will be before us in the course of our meeting. But I wanted to start our meeting this morning reflecting on the residential schools tragedy. It was a week and a half ago when our country was horrified to learn that the bodies of 215 children were found in an unmarked grave at the former residential school in Tk'emlúps, Tessewepmuk First Nation territory. I believe it is very important for the Toronto City Council, the very council that governs the most diverse city in the world, the biggest city in all of Canada, a city with the fourth largest Indigenous population in all of this country, to acknowledge this horrific discovery. We have a duty as elected officials who are privileged enough to be on this land and have a voice. We do have a profoundly important duty to share this story and to acknowledge this history here in the place where we meet. This discovery is jarring, it is sickening. It depicts a story that is often not talked about and yet forms such a hugely significant part of our history as a country. Many do not get the opportunity to see how it is unfolded in real life. I have been fortunate enough to do so when I visited the Kai and Bearskin Lake First Nations communities back in 2016. Both are located about 1,800 kilometers northwest of Toronto, accessible only by air, further away from Toronto than is the southern United States. I wanted to share a part of that experience with you all, my colleagues, in hopes that it will bring to light the resiliency and courage of our Indigenous communities, which I think we're all familiar with in one way or another, and the work that remains to be done in taking us to truth and reconciliation. Among many lessons that I learned on that visit, one stood out to me that is relevant to what came out of Kamloops. On my trip, I met a senior citizen who shared her experience at a residential school. It's a story that sits with me to this day. Dora was her name, and she'd been taken away from her family at age 4 to a faraway school where she was forbidden to speak her Indigenous language. She didn't mention anything about other kinds of abuse beyond that, but we talked quite a bit about the fact that many children became ill, were abused, were buried in places like that, but by and large they didn't really know what happened to them because the bottom line was that no, those children never came home. Dora told me of the experience of being forbidden to speak her own first language, her own Indigenous language, to the point where when she did come home, she could no longer speak to her own grandparents because they spoke only in an Indigenous language. And Dora made it clear to me, and I met others that told me, and we know from the history, that she was far from alone. We have to face this reality. Thousands of children were forcibly taken from their families, from their homes and communities. They were stripped of their culture and of their language. No problem.
Everything's unmuted. Are you not able to unmute?
It's showing as muted in WebEx, the chamber.
Is it okay now? Okay. I apologize for the technical difficulties. We must face this reality. Thousands of children were forcibly taken from their families, from their homes, from their communities. They were stripped of their culture, of their language, and even their names in a very deliberate way. There are people alive today who can share their experiences, the survivors of those residential schools. This wasn't something that happened hundreds of years ago. It was still happening within the lifetime of virtually everyone on this council. And people who walk the same streets as we do and call this city home are alive today to tell that story. All of this has had a lasting negative impact on many of our residents, and realizing that, recognizing that, speaking up makes it easier for us to understand the pain that this has caused and the role that we all play in bringing this to light and maybe in providing a degree of comfort. That is why reconciliation is so important for our country. We need to learn the history of this country and the impact that history had on many different Canadians so that we can address those impacts, nowhere more importantly than with our Indigenous communities. We all have a role to play in that. We must continue to show our support for the reconciliation process and for Indigenous communities across the City of Toronto, indeed across this great country. Words can only do so much. As I convey my condolences on behalf of all of you and on behalf of all of the people of the City of Toronto to all Indigenous children and families, the survivors of those kids who didn't come home, I want the members of those communities to know that as mayor, I am in their corner, I'm an ally, as are the members of this council, I know. I want to reaffirm the City of Toronto's commitments to Indigenous peoples and acknowledge our ongoing work towards advancing truth and justice and reconciliation across the Toronto Public Service, here at City Hall, and across the city at large. We know there is still much work to do, but in this time of grief, I want the people in those communities to know on your behalf that we all remain committed to ensuring that Indigenous voices remain front and center as we move forward with our work to redress the systemic injustices faced by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. I've been meeting almost every month with our Indigenous stakeholders and partners and our Indigenous Affairs Office in order to try and ensure that I understand these issues better and that we are doing our part. I will continue to do that. This discovery is not only difficult for us to accept as we face the true and complete history of our country, but more importantly, this is difficult for survivors of the residential school system, the trauma they endured, and for families that lost children. Imagine having a child forcibly taken from your home, stripped of their language and culture, your language and culture and dignity, and basically stripped of their identity. Imagine being one of those children. I extend my condolences to the Tk'emlúps T'Sowetmuk Nation and all First Nations and Inuit and Métis peoples. I've also extended condolences directly to Chief Laforme of the Mississaugas of the Credit, and I'm delighted that he can join us today in what is a sad reflection of a terrible, tragic event, but I'm nonetheless happy that he could be with us today and share some of his thoughts with us. I've had discussions with him as recently as last Friday to identify in ways in which we can better achieve reconciliation in memory of the 215 children whose remains were found. The City of Toronto symbolically lowered its flags to half-mast on May the 30th for 215 hours, 9 days, 1 hour, to represent each child lost in this tragedy. Our flags were also lowered in memory of the thousands of children who were sent to residential and day schools, those who never returned home, and to mourn with the families whose lives were irreparably changed, including those in subsequent generations. To further commemorate these young lives, the Toronto sign was dimmed on the evening of Sunday, May 30th, and then lit orange over the past many days. Orange represents the losses suffered by residential school children, the survivors, their families, the generations to follow, and by the communities. These are some of the small gestures that we have made, but of course, it is nowhere near enough. We know that we need to continue to search for more truth and for more justice, and the reminder of the gravity and importance of reconciliation is also still in front of us. This is far from over. We cannot be complacent because it is not a thing of the past. It is the present, and we must take action. And together with each and every one of you, and I will say especially Councillor Mike Layton, who has shown through his work with the advisory committee great leadership on this file, I know that we will do our part as a city. I will do my part as mayor, we will do our part as a council, and we will do our part as a city to pay appropriate homage to the memory of these children and many other children and their families and survivors and members of these communities here in Toronto and across the country. It is now my privilege to invite someone that I work with on a very regular basis, Chief Laforme of the Mississaugas of the Credit, who will share some of his thoughts with us today, following which I will ask you to join with me and with Chief Laforme in 2 minutes and 15 seconds of silence in memory of the 215 children. Chief Laforme, welcome.
Chief is muted.
Thank you. Okay, there I'm unmuted now. So I want to begin by speaking on behalf of my nation and saying that we offer our thoughts and prayers and support to the families in London and the Muslim community for the terrible tragedy that befell them Sunday. I'd also like to thank the mayor, council, and the people of Toronto for inviting me to come sit with you for a moment. I think I will offer, before I start talking, I think I'll offer you a prayer for your meeting today. We give thanks to the Creator for allowing this gathering. We ask that He guide us and forgive us when we falter and disappoint. For though we aspire to greatness, we are, after all, only human. Grant us a clear mind, a pure heart, and courage. A clear mind to make intelligent, well thought out decisions. A pure heart to make decisions that are without personal bias and desire. And the courage to use both, a clear mind and a pure heart in our lives. Let us set aside small differences. Let us concentrate on real issues. Let us not be bogged down in rhetoric. Let us live each day with a feeling of accomplishment and pride. Most importantly, let us remember, we are not adversaries nor are we enemies. We share a similar past, a kindred spirit, and a common heritage. We must always remember the real reason we gather, to do the right thing for our people, our children, our future. Miigwech. First, let me say thank you for lowering up the flags to show respect and support for the children, the families, the Indigenous people, and the non-Indigenous people who grieve. I know this news has caused a lot of pain, and I'm afraid there's still a lot more to come as we find and discover more children that are still within the confines of the ground upon which the residential school sits. You know, this is an awakening for the people of land. This is a call to responsibility, not only for those involved, but for all of us. This is a call to action. Let us recognize that these children are all our children. The children of this land, the children of this country. There are no more excuses to be made or accepted. This is a moment in the life of this country that will determine how we go into the future. We have a path before us, a time to choose which direction we take. Let us choose to go forward together. Let's choose a path of understanding, peace, and friendship. Let this moment of sorrow be a light that guides us onto a better path. You know, I want to read a poem I wrote about that was inspired when I heard about the 215 children, but it's about them and the many more that were taken and survived within the residential system, and those who didn't survive, and those who lived through it still. It's simply called Reconciliation. I sit here crying. I don't know why. I didn't know the children. I didn't know the parents. But I knew their spirit. I knew their love. I know their loss. I know their potential. And I am overwhelmed by the pain and the hurt, the pain of the families and friends, the pain of entire people, unable to protect them, to help them, to comfort them, to love them. I did not know them, but the pain is so real, so personal. I feel it in my core, my heart, my spirit. I sit here crying, and I am not ashamed. I will cry for them and the many others like them. I will cry for you. I will cry for me. I'll cry for what could have been. Then I will calm myself, smudge myself, offer prayers, and know they are no longer in pain. No longer do they hurt. They are at peace. In time, I will tell their story. I will educate society so their memory is not lost. And when I am asked, what does reconciliation mean to me? I will say, I want their lives back. I want them to live, to soar. I want to hear their laughter, see their smiles. Give me that, and I'll grant you reconciliation. We will never forget. No, this is just a reminder of how far away and how much work we have to do when we're talking about reconciliation. Um, you know, the outpouring of support and love from the people across this land was immense. The personal feeling involved from them was expressed to me, and I thank them all. And I'm glad that we took the time to lower the flags and express our grief and our sorrow and our support. You know, now it's time to go to work, um, and make things better. And I say this not just from the perspective of the Indigenous people. You know, as a country, we need to do better. We need to start. We need to have empathy. We have to understanding. We have to choose, as I said, choose a path where we're going to go. And I believe that we can make a good choice. But this is not about just Indigenous relationship. This is about all of us and where we go from here. You know, I don't think that this this country has so many moments in it that it can afford to miss them. And in my mind, this is a moment in our country, in our world, that will help us decide where we go from here. So, Chi Miigwech, for listening and inviting me here, and thank you for lowering your flags, and thank you for working with me on this issue in the future. Miigwech. Wamapi.
Miigwech, Chief Laforme, those were beautiful and important words that we will find a way to act in such a way that we're consistent with the thoughts you expressed, because we agree with how much we have to do and how much this is a moment in time that we have to seize together. I would now ask my council colleagues and our staff colleagues and everyone else who's joined us virtually today watching this council meeting to join in 2 minutes and 15 seconds of silence to mark this time of grief in respect of the loss of these 215 children, but all that that represents in the context of our Indigenous peoples and the residential schools question, and to recognize the ongoing need for truth and reconciliation. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief Laforme, for joining the mayor and members of council this morning. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. Members, all those civic buildings, including City Hall, are currently closed to the public. I want to emphasize that today's council meeting is being conducted publicly and is being streamed live on YouTube. I want to welcome the public who are watching our meeting this morning. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? I don't see them. Okay. Councillor Pasternak? There he is. Okay. All those? Yeah. We'll put the motion on the screen, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The City Council confirmed the minutes of council from the regular meeting held on May the 5th and 6th, 2021, and the special meeting held on May 26th, 2021, in the forms supplied to the members.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. There's a problem with the screen here because it's not going to members of council. Members of council, we have an administrative inquiry 34.1 from Councillor Fletcher regarding council request for a list of surplus federal and provincial lands in Toronto. The answer to this inquiry has been posted on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker, I actually have a motion to refer that to the committee, please. I think our chair, the clerk has that.
Okay, it's on the screen. All those
Thank you.
all those in favor, raise your hands.
Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
I'm going to call members who appear to be connected, and then I'll follow up with members who are not connected. Councillor Cressy, your vote, please, electronically. Councillor Bradford, are you there, please? Your vote, please, electronically, possible. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, would you state your vote, please?
Yes, in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, please.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the motion to refer the item carries. The vote is 24-1.
Thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
Speaker, I move that report from meeting 24 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Speaker, we will, of course, be debating some of the matters discussed there, but I wanted to, first of all, thank the 20 deputants who came to the committee about a variety of issues, but I wanted to focus on one in particular, and that is the matter of Ontario Place. Ontario Place is a provincial attraction, of course, but it rests on a very important part of our waterfront, and we have many reasons, including in some respects part ownership of some of the land on which it sits, but many reasons, more because it's such an integral part of our waterfront and an integral part of our city to be focused on its future development, which the province has indicated its intention to undertake. We're moving forward with an approach to Ontario Place, which I think is one that is the best one for the city, which is to make sure that we are at the table with the province discussing the future of Ontario Place as opposed to not being at the table. We negotiated painstakingly, I will say, a set of terms of reference which are before you to guide those discussions going forward. And while, as with any terms of reference or anything else that you negotiate, you rarely come away from the table having everything that you could possibly want, I think it establishes a responsible framework for us to be involved in the discussion. And not only that, plans with respect to place and how the precinct are taken into as Ontario itself is planned. We need the conversation. We need to have our views heard. We need to make sure that even in respect of matters like public consultation, that our views are heard and known and understood. And I think the best place to do that is at the table. So I'm pleased that after more than a year, the staff, and I commend them for their hard work on this, led by the city manager and his office, but others who've been involved in working on this file, including the Waterfront Secretariat, that we've arrived at a place where a series of terms of reference are in front of this council for its approval so that we can now be more directly involved. We haven't been that involved. In fact, we've been involved hardly at all, even in terms of the receipt of basic information about what the plans are going forward. But I think there's been a fortunate coincidence between that lack of involvement and the fact that this now is just getting down to the brass tacks, as it were. And so it's a good time for us to be sitting at the table, making sure that the voice of the people of the City of Toronto and the voice of the city itself is heard. I think it also represents a possible opportunity, and it's why it's so important for us to be there for Exhibition Place. It has its own plans that have been formulated by its own board and executives, but I think it's important for us to make sure that those plans are taken into account coincident with the plans for Ontario Place, and we have, I think, the chance to do something quite exciting together in that regard. So we will look forward to discussing all the matters that are on the report from the Executive Committee, but I thought I would just focus a bit on Ontario Place because we'll have more to say on some of these other matters a bit later on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Speaker, that I would move that the reports from meeting 28 of the Board of Health be presented for your consideration. We spent a great deal of time at our recent Board of Health meeting dealing with the city's immunization campaign. And so we'll deal with this item tomorrow, but just at a really high level to take a moment here, we have in our city, across our Team Toronto partners, administered more than 2.4 million doses so far. 72% of adults in our city have now received their first dose, and 11% of adults have now received both doses and are fully vaccinated. And both of those numbers continue to rise quickly, especially with our youth. We should feel so proud that we're just at about 80% of 18 to 24-year-olds already. But I want to tell you, at our board, we dealt rather extensively with the various efforts underway to reduce barriers to vaccine access. We heard from the Accessibility Task Force, who are working tirelessly with our team at the city to ensure that people with disabilities can access vaccines. We heard from the Black Scientist Task Force on their efforts to support vaccine uptake and to address vaccine misinformation within the Black, the African, and the Caribbean communities. And we heard from our team at Social Development and Finance Administration about the rather unprecedented efforts by our community agencies, 155 agencies who are on the ground, knocking on doors, making phone calls, building trust. And I would just close to kick off this conversation and present the report here, to note that The issue in front of us as we drive forward with an impressive number of Torontonians stepping up for vaccines. The issue going forward, it's not about hesitancy, it's about access. That is the task at hand, to ensure that every resident, no matter what language they speak, where they live, or what their status is, every single resident in our city can access the information they need and the clinics they need to be at to get their vaccines. We're on the road to that. We should feel very proud of the work of our Team Toronto partners and our city staff, but we can't stop. In fact, we must not stop until we have ensured that every resident has access to the vaccines they need. And frankly, we're on the road to doing just that. And so with that, Speaker, I'll present the reports from meeting 28 for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report for meeting 19 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. That the report for meeting 22 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government and Licensing Committee report.
Good morning, everyone. That the report from meeting 23 of the General Government Licensing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 22 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 23rd of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda council be presented for consideration. And I just want to thank all the local councillors that have modular housing projects and some other rapid housing projects such as 877 Yonge. There's a number of reports on this agenda that will translate into real units where people will be moving in by the end of this year, beginning of next year. So to all our councillors, to all the team that has been working together to make this happen, to make sure that from today to the end of the year, beginning of 2022, we'll be having people moving into these units with supports. Thank you for your collaboration and all your work.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Ford to move a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report, as Councillor Ford did chair the Community Council meeting. Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. That the report for meeting 24 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report for meeting 24 of North York Community Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 24 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 25 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials? Anybody? Councillor Fletcher. Counselor Fletcher? Okay, Counselor Holliday. If you can introduce new business.
Most certainly, Madam Speaker, if I can just ask for the motion to be displayed.
It's on the screen.
That new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the committee, the item or motion number, and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. I will now call for petitions. Oh, sorry. Mayor Tory.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. With regard to item 2021.TE 25.6, concerning 1913 to 1951 Yonge Street, et cetera, request for direction report, I declare an interest in the agenda item in accordance with the Act, as I have a financial interest in the development at 2131 to 2149 Yonge Street, which I had previously disclosed, and I have the appropriate form I'll file with the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This petition is actually for the aforementioned project that the mayor declared an interest on. I have a petition of 182 signatories opposed to the current proposal at 1140 Yonge Street and in support of the staff recommended position going to the local planning tribunal, now named something else.
Okay. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to present the Move the Train Yard petition that has been both written and organized by the neighborhood of Thorncliffe Park.
I just,
You just changed it? Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. There are 8,620 signatures, and that number is growing. It reads as follows. On April 8th, Thorncliffe Park community was surprised to learn of the Metrolinx plan to build a train yard known as the Maintenance and Storage Facility. The purpose of the yard is to service, repair, and wash 200 rail cars 24/7 for the Ontario line. The proposed location of this train yard will take away neighborhood space that this community does not have, take away the vibrancy of the community. It will have a devastating impact on the economic and social foundation of this already vulnerable community. What our community will lose if this project proceeds: a peaceful community space, a grocery store that is a cultural icon for the South Asian community and many other Torontonians, a tranquil and quiet environment for prayers. Locating a train yard next to a place of worship is not acceptable to any community. A variety of culturally sensitive and appropriate services for the community, including services that cater to health, education, and social well-being. Established long-standing businesses that are important to everyone within the community. Numerous other small businesses that are essential to our community, employing close to 1,000 local people. All of these community services and businesses will be gone if we do not speak up and stop Metrolinx's plan to build a train yard. Our position: the community needs better access to transit and supports the Ontario line. However, we cannot accept Metrolinx placing a train yard in our community. Metrolinx has options to locate the train yard to a different location if they follow a fair process. Choosing the densely populated Thorncliffe Park displays ignorance and a lack of responsibility. It is evidence of environmental racism, Metrolink spyism, and discriminatory action towards a predominantly immigrant population. Move the train yard, period. Do not take advantage of us, period. We are Thorncliffe Park, period. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, if we'll vote on the petition that Councillor Layton has submitted in, and if I can ask the mayor if he could shut off his video, please. You have declared an interest. So all in favor of receiving the petition, all those in favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, all those in favor of receiving the petition?
I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on Councillor Robinson's petition, please.
And on Councillor Robinson's petition, a recorded vote.
Community petition.
Is requested, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. We'll just turn on the vote in 1 second. Speaker, just stand by another moment, please. Madam Speaker, the vote panel is now open. Councillor Pasternak, you don't appear to be connected to the voting system. Could I have your vote, please?
In the affirmative. I'm having enormous trouble logging on to this morning.
Thank you, Speaker. The motion to receive the petition carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you.
Hi, James here. Yeah, so I've sent some screenshot.
Okay, members, I will now review the order paper. We have 3 deferred items before us today. Items GL 22.8, T 23.10, and T 23.21. The mayor has designated item CC 34.1 on COVID-19 response, updating, protecting people experiencing homelessness and ensuring the safety of the shelter system, and item IE 22.13 on mechanical sidewalk winter maintenance trial as is key matters for this meeting. These will be our first items of business today. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. I propose that City Council set a time for a closed session if required later in the meeting. Members, item GL 23.13 on amendment to a non-competitive blanket contract for the provision of portable washrooms and sinks in the city's parks is related to the mayor's first key matter, item CC 34.1. I propose that they be considered together. Mayor Tory, do you consent to the joining of this item with your key matter?
I do consent, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, I also propose that item HL 28.1 on response to COVID-19 may update be considered as the first item of business after members' motion tomorrow so that the medical officer of health can be available. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. On deferred items, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. At the request of city staff, I am moving a deferral to the July meeting for item TE 23.10 and TE 23.21. So defer to July for each of those two items, please, Speaker.
Thank you. So on T 23.10, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. T 23.21, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, we'll now go to executive.
Madam Chair, can we request members of council to read the title of the report so that people watching know exactly what we're doing?
Yes.
And it's actually, that's common practice.
Yes, thank you. On executive committee. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I would like to hold EX 24.5, approval for external funding to Toronto Atmospheric Fund for electric vehicle charging project. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, if I can ask you, on the deferred item GL 22.8, there is a supplementary report. If you could move that to 209 Mabity Street. It's on.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. Happy to do so, to move both the staff report and the supplementary report.
Okay, and it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item as amended, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, so we're still on executive committee. Councillor Wong Tam.
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker. I'd also like to hold 24.8, poverty reduction strategy midterm status. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, executive committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold Executive Committee 24.11, recommendations to consult and amend Bill 251.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Councillor
It's
Holiday.
Stephen Holiday. I'm having a lot of trouble with my video connection. I suspect other members are as well. Just given that it's a rundown of the order paper, I just wanted to bring that to your attention and make sure we're okay, that people can actually hear what's going on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Holiday. Board of Health. Civic appointments. Economic and Community Development Committee report. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to hold EC 22.1, Toronto's Newcomer Strategy 2022 to 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I have a motion here to remove item EC 22.9, which is evidence-based safe reopening plan for live music venues, and to bring that forward for consideration on the agenda. Just very briefly, I'd like to thank the Deputy Mayor and Chair of ECDC for all of his tireless work on the performing arts sector and its recovery. We'd like to bring this forward based on the province's acceleration on reopening to the end of this week. It's a really critical time for stakeholders in the sector who are looking for clarity and discussion on their path forward. I know staff are working on this. We appreciate that. But given everything moving up right now, it's an opportunity for City Council to provide direction and support. So I'd like to move that, please.
Thank you. Okay, it's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands, carried. So we'll add that onto the agenda. General Government and Licensing Committee. Councillor Fillion.
Yes, I'd like to hold GL 23.13, amendment to non-competitive blanket contract for provision of portable washrooms and sinks in City of Toronto Parks.
So Councillor Fillion, that's already been held and it's going to be dealt with the mayor's item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Speaker, I apologize. On EX 24.2, I'd like to hold that.
Okay, can you tell us what it is, please?
It's the election-related information requests.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
EX 24.2, it reads election-related information requests.
So we're going back to executive. Okay.
I apologize, Speaker, yes.
Yes, because we're at government management right now. Okay, are there any further for government management? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The item is GL 23.2, update to the City of Toronto corporate accessibility policy. I'd like to hold that, please.
Thank you. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment on 22.11. That's short. We can do now or hold if others have questions on it. And it's, Cycling Network Plan 2021 Cycling Infrastructure Installation, second quarter update and missing link. Sidewalk Program 2021 Local Sidewalk Installation Awards 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 22.
So does the staff
I'd like to have that held, please.
Okay, hold on.
I have an amendment on that.
Okay,
I
I
also
will
do.
hold it.
Okay,
hold that.
just
Thank
please,
you.
one at a time, please. I appreciate it. So, Councillor McKelvey, you're holding the item down?
Yes, and I will pre-circulate my motion and maybe others can too so that I can expedite
All right.
the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Layton. Councillor
Thank you
Layton.
very much, Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to hold, I'd like to hold IE 22.6 single-use and takeaway items reduction strategy stage 1.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just would like a recorded vote on IE 22.7, urging the federal government to take action to manage plastics.
Okay, there's been a request for a recorded vote on IE 22.7.
Well, yeah, she can wait for a while. You were going to come in.
Councillor Fillion, you have your mic on.
Councillor Lai, please. Thank you. Mayor Tory, your vote, please.
Affirmative, Mr. Clerk. Thank you.
And Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please.
Yes, I'm still working on getting in. I am in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 23-2.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold GL 20, it's IE 22.1, Safety and Wellbeing of Parks, Forestry, Recreation Frontline Workers, please.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold IE 22.2, please. Non-motorized watercraft storage and launch locations, wards 3, 4, 10, 14, 19, 20, 24, and 25.
Thank you.
And then I would just like to have a recorded vote on IE 22.5 and thank our waterfront secretariat for leading just an amazing bit of work on establishing a status report for Leslie Street Spit, a way forward with the TRCA and the Ports Toronto Ministry of Natural Resources. It's groundbreaking status report. It's very important, and I want to acknowledge that work today, please. Thank you.
So on IE 22.5 is Tommy Thompson Park update, recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, would you state your vote, please?
Yes, in the affirmative, please.
Thank you, Speaker. The item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you.
Speaker, I was there too. I'd like to vote in the affirmative as well. I've been on, I tried to vote, but I guess it didn't register.
Madam Speaker, just a
Sorry.
revised result there. That vote carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Planning and housing.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, planning and housing.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to hold PH 23.5, Modular Housing Initiative, Phase 2, 7 Glamorgan Avenue.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
I'd like to hold PH 23.13, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chairs 2020 Annual Report, Ward All.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And may I request a recorded vote on the two modular housing items that are not being held that have minister's zoning orders. So I believe that's PH 22.3, Modular Housing Initiative Phase 2, 175 Cummer Avenue, and PH 23.4, Modular Housing Initiative Phase 2, 20 Bracebridge Avenue. Thank you.
Okay, so a recorded vote on PH 23.3.
Madam Speaker, the item carries 20 to 1.
Okay, on PH 23.4, recorded vote.
Okay. Please put up the motion.
It is there.
Madam Speaker, we can't put it on the audio broadcast or the video broadcast once the vote is started, but it is available on CMP if you scroll down from the vote on the CMP screen that members can see. Councillor McKelvey, please. Councillor Thompson, please, your vote. Okay. Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 20 to 1.
Thank you. Etobicoke York Community Council. North York Community Council. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like a recorded vote on SC 24.3, Always Stop Control, Barkdean Hills, and Gradwell Drive.
Okay, recorded vote on SC 24.3. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, please. And Councillor Pasternak, would you state your vote, please?
Yes, in the affirmative, please.
Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Thank you. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just would like to hold TE 25.47 nomination for appointment to the Board of Directors of the Crescent Town Club. I don't have any questions for staff. I'm just waiting to confirm a change in the names being appointed.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move the recommendations in TE 25.3. The title of the report reads 111 to 125 River Street Zoning Amendment and Rental Housing Demolition Application. There was a supplementary report that was submitted by the Chief Planner and Executive Director, as well as the staff recommendations. I need to move both of those recommendations. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the amendments on the screen, all in favor? All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended on. Okay, so there's two motions here. Yeah. Motion 1B. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Thank you. New business. Okay. The clerk will now I will now consider request to make item, no? If I can ask the mayor to, if he can please shut off his video. We're voting on T 25.6, which the mayor has declared an interest on, so we'll have a recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley and Councillor McKelvey, please, we have your votes electronically. Thank you. And now Councillor Pasternak, your vote, would you state it, please?
Yes, in the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries 24, it's unanimous, 24 in favor.
Thank you. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Members, I want to remind you that although members are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the clerk. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. Members, adding new business to the agenda in a remote meeting is challenging for members and staff, and I ask that members be mindful of this and only submit motions that are truly urgent. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed on that are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during this meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is CC 34.1. To be considered with GL 23.13. CC 34.1 is on COVID-19 response, updating, protecting people experiencing homelessness and ensuring the safety of the shelter system. And as well as the GL 23.13. Questions? Do we have any questions? Because we're asking questions on both items, CC 34.1 and GL 23.13, which is here without a recommendation on the provision of portable washrooms and sinks in City of Toronto parks. We're dealing with those items, two items together. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to, I don't know if it's the CFO, but I just want to talk a bit about costs and budget. Can you let me know how much in SSHA, how much we have spent on shelters since the pandemic started?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, I don't have the current actuals. I do have what we've budgeted for the year and what we're projecting to spend. Would that be sufficient?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine, yes.
Okay, so through you, Madam Speaker, from a shelter perspective, we are forecasting to spend $584.6 million for the full fiscal year. In addition to that, there are streets to home programs and housing supports, bringing it up to a total of $664 million.
And do you have, again, the numbers of, I guess, pre-pandemic, what is considerably less, of course, but I'm just curious, pre-pandemic, to give a sense of the sort of magnitude and increase that we've done?
So through you, Madam Speaker, actually, Councillor, the COVID component of that $663 million is 276. So I should have qualified that. The 276 is above what we would consider is in our base spending.
Okay, and which is good. As we're moving forward, and this is a tougher number to really look at, but I mean, again, we're going to be still having, you know, this bigger responsibility to look at housing as we get into, you know, 2022. Do you have a sense of where this number will be going? It's going to increase. It should decrease at some point, but can you give me a sense of, as we're moving forward, looking at 2022, where these kind of numbers will be going?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, that will actually be heavily reliant on what public health measures we are required to follow. As you're aware right now, a component of the increased costs is due to social distancing. So it will really be correlated to what public health measures we're following. But given that the COVID costs are 276 in 2021, I would say that would be the upper limit for 2022.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, could you tell me what we're currently doing in terms of supportive housing?
If I can, through the speaker, and if we could just hold the Deputy Mayor's time for a moment, I just wanted to, first of all, thank the many staff that put together this report. And there are many, obviously, on this call prepared to answer all forms of questions related to this report. So with that said, in terms of supportive housing, I'm going to ask Abby Bond, I know she's on the call, if she could weigh in, and then there may be others that will help with that answer as well.
Thank you. Through the speaker, yeah, I can confirm that this year in 2021, we have around over 1,200 units that we're due to bring forward. Around 700 of those are new supply, and we're also looking ahead to 2022 and beyond, looking for new rounds of the Rapid Housing Initiative from the federal government. So leveraging our own land and also capital funding from the federal government and also operating funding from the provincial government.
So in the last year, can somebody tell me how many people have we housed?
Deputy Mayor, Marianne, I can provide that number in terms of how many people have moved from the shelter system into housing. That's 5,518 people. We have assisted 2,643 with a housing allowance. 420 have moved into RGI housing. And then we've also assisted 459 people move into TCHC units.
Okay. Can you tell me, like, how does that process start? Like, what's the engagement? How does it start?
So as people are in the shelter system, they engage with an individual caseworker, and we develop an individualized case plan for people in order to determine what things that they need to assist in a move to permanent housing. This may be, it might be income support, addiction support, mental health, healthcare. As we go on a housing first approach, so there's no preconditions. But we find out, where the person would like to live, what income is available to them, what supports in terms of housing allowances we might help, and then we work with the client to find an appropriate unit.
So what about the engagement at the encampment? So how does that happen?
Yes, so our Streets to Homes staff and our partner agencies also engage with people at encampments. We assist making offers of inside space in shelter, but we also work with them directly to move into housing. That was the genesis of the Streets to Homes program over 10 years ago. Sometimes people want to go directly into housing, and so trying to work with people to find appropriate and available housing.
Okay. So our first, when we go to the Streets to Home, we're trying to bring them to the shelter, and then at the shelter, we start to do the housing plan, correct?
I think it depends on timing. So we may have a shelter space available immediately that we can provide. It might be a little bit longer before people can access housing. In the last year, our Streets to Home staff and partner agencies have actually assisted 305 people into permanent housing who were formerly staying in encampments. And that, in addition, that's including 100 people just this year.
Okay. So how many people have we assisted now since January?
100
we've
people.
Ramped up.
Yeah, 100 people who were staying in encampments have been connected to permanent housing since January.
Okay. Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I think I just have a few questions probably for Dr. Davila or Public Health as they relate to vaccination in our shelter systems. And I guess I'd like to know, what are the steps that the city's been undertaking to ensure individuals experiencing homelessness and folks in shelters have been vaccinated?
So through the speaker, it's Julia. Oh, Eileen's on. Good. Thank you.
Yes, I'm here, Julie. Through the speaker. In response to the question, we have had a number of mobile teams participating directly in the vaccination of those in the shelter system, and this includes both clients of the system and staff. And as well, we have partnerships with other healthcare providers. They too are providing vaccines. And of course, all the other channels through which vaccine are accessible to the broader public are also open and available to those who are clients of the shelter system and certainly staff within the system as well. In fact, there were specific days within some of our clinics that were designated for those who are clients of the system.
Thanks, Dr. Davila. And when you say, at first you said mobile teams, when we say mobile teams, is that the same thing as like the pop-up clinics? Is that what that is, or are those separate things?
They are a little bit smaller, I would say, and not as they are a little bit more mobile. They'll go to a specific location, for example, for a few hours, whereas pop-ups tend to set up in a broader scale in a given neighborhood and may stay for a day or two. These tend to be a little bit more brief in their interaction, but sized appropriately to the number of people within the setting.
Would you happen to know the number of clinics or mobile teams that we've done, specifically with an emphasis on helping those who are experiencing homelessness or in our shelter system, helping them get their COVID-19 vaccine?
So I'll refer to my colleagues on the call who are also here with respect to the exact number of clinics, but I know that as of the 31st of May, we provided more than 7,500 vaccines to those who are part of the sector, clients and staff.
Councillor Bradford,
okay.
For that number, I would also add that we have been providing incentives to clients within the shelter system, and to address any vaccine hesitancy, we have a peer ambassador program at every shelter. Every shelter has a vaccination champion that's a member of staff. We also have been working with the Toronto Shelter Network, doing webinars with public health, doing the Black Scientist webinar specific for shelters. So a number of things have been underway to make sure we get as many people vaccinated as quickly as we can.
So Marianne, if I may add to that, it's 188 clinics specifically, with each shelter having had at least one.
Okay, and so 188 clinics, each shelter has had
At least one.
At least one, and the total then was 7,500 back in May. I guess now we're into June, but 7,500 doses administered to clients who would be in the shelter system or experiencing homelessness.
But that 7,500 includes staff as well.
Okay. When we talk about youth, when we talk about younger clients, folks who may be staying in the city's shelter system, obviously that band or that cohort is more recent, as we've moved into administering vaccine to folks who are 12 years and older. Have we reached out to youth specifically? Have they had an opportunity through the shelter system and through the mobile teams and clinics that you're doing to get vaccinations as well?
Councillor Bradford, I'm here. I will say that all youth shelters have received a vaccine clinic. And as well, we've been working very closely with our family shelters as well to make sure that children who are now eligible have those opportunities. And I see that Dr. Cataray is also joined. You may have some more specific information.
Morning, if I may, so all youth age 12 and over in the City of Toronto would be included in the medical directives that Toronto Public Health provides, and they would have the opportunity to be vaccinated both on site at their shelter location, as well as via a variety of other means through the global youth vaccination strategy that includes access at, for instance, pop-up sites that are located at schools and other access points, as well as any other vaccine availability for anybody who's age 12 and up.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's all my
that,
questions.
That was
Thanks
your last question. I want to remind members of council, maybe you didn't hear me at the beginning, but we are dealing with both items now. So we're asking questions for both. As I indicated, CC 34.1, which is a COVID response for homelessness, and that CC 34.1, which is the mayor's key item, as well is the item which is GL 23.13, which is the blanket contract for the provision of portable washrooms and sinks in the City of Toronto. Now, I know that Councillor Fillion, you originally wanted to hold the item down. I indicated to you that it's being held down. I don't see your name on the screen. So I just want to remind members of council what questions we're asking. We're asking on both items. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my questions are about, well, firstly, I had questions about engagement and encampments, but Councillor Bilo asked some of those, so thank you to her for that. But can you tell me, what are the safety concerns that you see in encampments, and why do you think an approach is needed where we're getting people into the shelter system and into supportive housing?
Speaker, I'm going to suggest that Tracy Cook begin, and then I think after that, Marianne.
Thank you, Kurt. So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly Councillor McKelvey, we've got significant public health and safety risks and concerns based on the conditions that we're seeing, significant amounts of hoarding of combustible materials. We've had hundreds of fires, and I know our acting fire chief, Tony Bavoda, is on as well. Overall, the concerns in and around the community as well. People are concerned about the condition of the park, but mostly for the condition of the people that are encamped in the park. So I'll ask Tony if he wants to speak, at least give you a sense of the number of fire incidents in particular that we've had, as well as other incidents where people have been victimized who are encamped in the parks.
Yeah, good morning. Through you, Madam Speaker, provided some information from the report indicating that there were 253 encampment fire responses in 2020. Fortunately, in 121 of those responses, when our fire crews arrived, the fires were not in an uncontrolled state. So our staff were, efficiently and effectively able to mitigate those before they became uncontrolled. Unfortunately, 132 of those incidents were uncontrolled fires that required both fire suppression and rescue mitigation efforts. So that'll give you a bit of sense of some of the fire-related issues that were experienced in 2020. I will add that in addition to that, we have had a group that have been part of the outreach to provide public fire education to the residents of those encampments as well.
Okay. So ultimately, what are we trying to achieve by convincing people to accept service and to come inside to the shelters and to our supportive housing?
So Councillor McKelvey, it's Marianne here. I think one of the key issues for us is that the longer people spend outside, it often takes longer for us to connect people with permanent housing. There is a rapid decline in health, in mental health. People are acting to survive, so access to sanitation, to food, things like that is incredibly difficult. Being able to secure their belongings is incredibly difficult if they leave their encampment. So by offering them inside space, we're offering them access to bed, to sanitation, to 3 meals a day, access to housing workers, access to healthcare, harm reduction support, employment, ID, income support. There's a huge range of supports that are provided to people on the inside, and that also helps facilitate people moving quickly into permanent housing.
Okay. And how would you characterize the city's approach to homelessness? I hear a lot of talk about a human rights-based approach. What does that mean, and what is our approach to homelessness?
So, Councillor, that's right. We act on a housing-first approach, as I spoke to earlier. This means that we don't set preconditions on people moving into housing. So we work individually with people. We're very client-focused. We try to connect people with housing that meets their needs, and then the supports that are needed so that they can maintain that housing in a stable manner. In the interim, while people are in the emergency shelter system, we work very hard to stabilize people, to help them access supports in advance of moving into housing, and always making sure that we're keeping the individual, and that's where we get sort of the human rights approach. Often it's a progressive realization of the human rights to housing, so it's not necessarily directly into housing, but progressively you're making improvements and getting that person closer to being permanently housed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Perhaps to Chief Pegg or Deputy Chief Jessup, if he's available. The position of the city, certainly what councillors have been told consistently, and to say it very simply, is that it is safer to be inside than outside when it comes to the encampments versus the shelters. Is that a fact?
Hi, Councillor Pegg. Not sure if Deputy Jessup's on at this point. That is a fact. We know from experience that residing in an encampment is both unhealthy and unsafe for a number of reasons, certainly as Chief Pavoda indicated, with the very commonplace presence of significant fire hazards. So yes, moving people into safe indoor housing is the safe solution as opposed to residing in an encampment.
I want to pursue this for a moment because that has been the consistent message that has been expressed publicly by the city and also directly to members of council. Is it fair to say, though, that it might be more nuanced? In other words, while that is a general statement, is it fair to say that there are some shelter clients who feel unsafe inside the shelters and would prefer to be outdoors?
Through the Speaker, I would suggest, Mary Ann, you tackle that first, and then others need to assist them by all means.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Councillor Matlow, for the question. Yes, I mean, I think it's personal safety is, again, a very personal issue. We work very closely with people to make sure that wherever they're staying, they feel as safe as possible. Within our shelter system, we have staff that are there to assist. They're trained in de-escalation if clients are upset. There's support available for clients who might have mental health issues. We have a close connection to healthcare services, so many times healthcare is offered on site. There's overdose prevention. All of our staff are trained in overdose prevention. So I think just the proximity to supportive staff 24 hours a day makes the shelter system closer and safer than being in an encampment.
And I appreciate the efforts that you make. My question is more related to sort of looking at the roots of why people are choosing to be outdoors in the first place. And I mean, is it reasonable to perhaps acknowledge a nuance in between the advice and the messaging that perhaps there's work that we can do to better address some very genuine concerns that are being expressed by shelter clients and their advocates?
So, Councillor Matt, it's Mary Ann again. Having people stay outside is not a new issue. It's not related to COVID. We've always had people staying in encampments. I think what we've seen through our experience is that the long-term impact of being outside is far worse. People's needs become much more complicated. Our goal through Streets to Homes and our shelter staff is always on that permanent solution, which is moving people into housing. We don't want the shelter system to be a long-term solution. It is supposed to be an shelter system, and we continue to make improvements in the shelter system. With thanks to council, over the last few years, we've been building new shelters. We've considered very deeply the design of those shelters, creating more individualized spaces, promoting privacy and dignity. So I think it's, with our shelter standards in place, we make every effort we can to improve the conditions within the shelter system.
Just in expectation of the debate in a moment, are you willing to acknowledge that you and I have been in correspondence about the motion that I'm going to be presenting in a few minutes? And are you comfortable with the motion?
Yes, Councillor, you were very kind enough to consult with me, and I'm happy with the motion.
I appreciate you saying that. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you is, do you agree that I mean, here we are in this very difficult and important discussion. Is our ultimate goal to, with the support of other orders of government, actually have permanent, affordable, and supportive housing for everyone who needs it, along with mental health care and addiction support, to ensure that every individual in our society is cared for and fully housed?
That was your last question.
So let me start, and then Marianne, if you want to add. I think last Friday you may have saw a media release involving the federal government, as well as our Mayor Tory, Councillor Perks, as well as the head of the University Health Network. And that is the first example that I can think of where the marriage between the bricks and mortar of housing and the supports that are necessary for people who are in extended periods of homelessness are coming together. And so it's really that model that we need to explore and expand. And that will require all levels of government, including our own and our institutions in this community, working in a manner which maybe they haven't in the past, and I know they haven't. And so it is the right direction. There's no doubt about it. In terms of scaling up to address the numbers that are present in Toronto, I mean, that certainly is part of it. But, you know, I can't help but think that, you know, we live in a city state, if you will. There is a large economic region that we reside in, and that, you know, one could argue that the responsibility in this large urban area should be not just the city of Toronto's. Of course, we'll look after all that we should be looking after, but at the same time, look at this more as a, you know, from maybe a regional socioeconomic perspective. So I think we're in the right direction. You know, obviously we would wish this was something we were doing a long time ago. But you know, give full credit to the province to, you know, coming through with and about $15.3 million this year in supportive services. So it's not as if the parties aren't starting to, I think, reconcile the challenge that's in front of us. So that's my initial thoughts.
Thank you.
Councillor Matt Lewis, Marianne, if I could just add on to Chris. You're absolutely right. I mean, homelessness is such a complex social issue that it's going to take all of us involved in order to address it, and that's both government, community organizations, and people as individuals. Toronto has the most comprehensive shelter system in the country, offering, you know, a huge range of services. We're investing more money than has ever been invested in shelter before. And so I think it's important to think about the jurisdictional responsibility and where is responsible, and you know, the access.
Hey, have city staff acknowledged receipt of the...
Marianne, hold on for a moment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I know a lot of people that are housed, or I've seen videos, I've heard interviews. When they get housing, they sometimes come back to encampments. Why do they say I'm sorry, I seem to have lost the screen. What are the reasons that they say they wish to come back? They don't want to just
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, I think one of the major reasons is social support. You know, we all gravitate to where our friends...
Is that what they say? I'm looking for what they say.
Yes, when we talk to people about their reason for coming back, it's mostly social support.
And I know that Councillor Madlow has spoken to you about a motion that he is preparing, which would be to have a advisory group. Do you not have that in place already? That would of folks that are in supportive housing or in the shelter that are giving you some guidance as to what's happening?
There are a number of tables that we engage with regularly, Councillor Fletcher. I think the one that's probably closest to what Councillor Matlow is seeking is the People with Lived Experience Caucus through the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. But we also have many tables with service providers as well as our own individual engagement with shelter and encampment.
I'm just looking at something formal, Ms. Bedard. What formally is there set already? So there is already a table that you're associated with through the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, which I'm sure would have people with lived experience. But I'm sure you're aware that in any of the committees or safe injection sites, et cetera, that one of the fundamentals is to have people with lived experience advising. So I'm just wondering what structure you currently have for that, giving you and your staff advice.
Thank you, Councillor.
Formally.
So as I said, we work with harm reduction agencies with their peer support workers. We do engage with the People with Lived Experience Caucus through the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. We also work with FCSA on their poverty reduction strategy. They have a caucus of people with lived experience. We can always do more and do a better job of engaging with people, especially on a formal basis.
So there's no formal structure at the moment that you've put together?
I think in terms of what Councillor Matlow is seeking, we don't currently have that.
Thank you. There's an issue I just want to ask about washrooms, and it's really clear that I don't know who is going to answer this one, but it's really clear that this has been a nagging, ongoing problem for people that live on the street or don't have daily access to washrooms, or so that in different parts of the city, we're finding that the lack of ability to go into a restaurant or anything has really overwhelmed certain neighborhoods. I'm hoping that some of these washrooms that we're talking about can go into some of the laneways and other locations that we've identified as troublesome. I'll just say on the Danforth, the laneways that run along the north side of the Danforth have been really difficult because people have been toileting there. So what is the plan that we will be able to assist neighbors, businesses by somehow citing washrooms so people know they have a place where they can go?
So I can, through the speaker, it's Janie, I can start that reply. I think the report before council is very specific to washrooms in public parks
Yes.
that are servicing. So you know, under our planning, we're really only looking at the parks. I'm not sure if Barb Gray is on the phone around laneways and if anybody from public realm or transportation infrastructure could answer the question.
Thank you. I'd like to know what I would have to do to ensure that it's not simply or how to manage that other problem, which is a difficult one. And
That was your last
who
question.
would be responsible? Well, do we ever, is that just my screen or is it everybody that's today? Cascading.
Okay, does anybody want to answer Councillor Fletcher's question?
So through you, Madam Speaker, it's Tracy. Certainly, I was not aware of the issue with the laneways. Happy to take a conversation offline to understand the issue better and determine what could possibly be done to address it.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you very much. I suppose my first question is, all in, between the shelter system and people living in encampments and otherwise sleeping outdoors, how many people are homeless in the city of Toronto right now?
Councillor Perks, it's Marianne here. So we have just over 6,000 people sleep in our shelter system tonight. We also estimate that there are between 300 and 400 people who are staying in encampments. But then we also know that there is a population that is staying with friends or couch surfing, the sort of hidden homeless. So the exact number is hard to estimate, but probably close to 7,500 to 8.
Thank you. And we've seen some alarming numbers that I think your staff have worked up about the number of people who are at risk of homelessness now because they're deeply in arrears with their rent or otherwise in insecure housing. Like, what's the size of that problem?
So we are aware that there are about 35,000 households in the City of Toronto who are currently in arrears with their rental payments.
Thank you. The city has a plan to provide housing over the next 18 months. The Housing and Homelessness Recovery Plan. How many units of housing are we projecting by the end of 22 in that plan?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor, we have around 1,248 new housing units that we're anticipating opening in the next 12 months. And for those units, we have funding on the capital side and also on the operating side. And then we need about another 1,500 units to get us up to the 3,000 that we projected, including rent subsidies. So we need capital funding for at least another, 800 to 1,000 units. We do not currently have that, and are continuing to request that additional funding from other levels of government.
But even if we got the funding, the number of units in this plan falls quite short of the 7,000 homeless people that Ms. Bedard spoke about. Is that correct?
This recovery plan was I guess our aim to accelerate the plans that we had in our 10-year housing strategy. But yes, it's part of a much larger investment that's needed to really address the needs of people living outside in encampments.
Thank you. Or in our shelter system. We have been informed on many occasions that there's a significant concern about the funding of housing supports, mental health supports, addiction supports, generally the funding on an ongoing basis about the kind of supports that make housing offers stable. Is that problem still continuing?
Speaker, the short answer is yes, and certainly Abby, if you want to add, by all means.
Yes, I was going to say exactly the same. Really, we still do have an issue about how we make supportive housing successful, and that is the alignment with healthcare, a healthcare approach, a robust healthcare approach that puts people at the centre of that approach. And yes, we do need to continue those discussions with the provincial government and other partners like UHN on the 150 Dunn site that we're proposing.
So would it be fair to say that despite the best efforts of the City of Toronto, and I acknowledge the tremendous work the Toronto Public Service has done, that the plans we have currently agreed to with other orders of government leave us with several thousand units short 18 months from now, a lack of ongoing funding for the supports for the units that we are getting, and a population of tens of thousands who are at risk of losing their housing because of rental arrears. Is that a fair summary of some of the outstanding problems that we're facing right now?
That was your last question?
Again, I do think that's a fair summary. And the important thing here is that we are seeing indications from the federal and provincial government of a real interest in wanting to work through these matters. Do we have checks in hand? No. Is the system built the way that ideally it ought to be built? Not yet. And this is really what, Abby and Marianne and many others in this organization, including senior leadership, are involved in. We are carrying a conversation with our colleagues in the GTHA on housing, because again, I don't think it's an answer that should be, specifically all on the shoulders of the City of Toronto, given that we live in this large urban region.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Thank you very much. Can I please have a staff answer these questions for me? With respect to the number of structures, meaning tents and tiny shelters and wooden structures and tarps, with respect to the number of structures and encampments versus the number of people in those encampments, and how many parks, can someone please provide me with a breakdown of that number, of those numbers?
Councillor, you're on mute. It's Marianne. I don't know if you're finished your question.
Yes, can you answer the question?
Sure. And if I missed anything, Councillor Wong Tam, please let me know. So we are aware through working with Streets to Homes and our partner agencies that there are about 400 structures in about 100 sites across the city. Knowing exactly how many people is often difficult, but we do know that multiple people have multiple structures. Individual people have multiple structures, and sometimes people are staying together in tents. Our best estimate, given the contact that we've had, and again, we've had over 19,000 engagements with people in encampments, is that there are about 300 to 400 people who are still outside. And that number is fairly consistent with what we've seen when we do our street needs assessment on a regular basis.
Councillor Wong Tam?
Staying at 400. Yes, Madam Speaker?
Do you have another question?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I was asking my question, but you could not hear me. Is that correct?
No, we couldn't hear. Now we can hear you. Councillor? We can't hear you. Councillor Wong Tam, we can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Or if not, Madam Speaker, I'll try to fix my audio. Come back to me, please.
Okay, if you can shut off your video, then we can hear you.
Madam Speaker, my video is already shut off.
Okay, so we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm now almost at 2.5 minutes.
No,
anyways, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we put your time on hold.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate that. This is a very important issue. Marianne, just to follow up with respect to your statement about potentially having 300 to 400 people staying in outdoor environments, but you also said earlier there's approximately 400 structures, and under that statement you said that some of these structures have sort of multiple people claiming it. So is it true that you may have one person claiming 2 or 3 structures? Is that what staff have uncovered? Is there any truth to that statement?
That has been experienced.
I don't overwhelm you with things.
I didn't hear your answer. I apologize.
Really,
So sorry, Councillor. Yes, that has been our experience when we've been in.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the number of indoor accommodations, so that's inside accommodations in the hotel shelters, as well as options of affordable housing or supportive housing. Do we have enough indoor accommodations right now to house those 300 to 400 people who are staying outside?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Capacity in the shelter system is always a really difficult one to be exact on. So I'll give you my best estimate. Last night at 4 a.m. our shelter system was at 94% capacity, so we did still have space in the shelter system. Our central intake staff completed 71 new referrals yesterday, and at the end of the shift, there were 0 people left on the list who had called in for space and had yet to be referred. In addition, we are holding space available specifically for encampments at 4 hotels. Those spaces are not listed on our capacity because we're holding those, and you get access to those through our Streets to Homes staff. We are also
and how many? Oh, sorry. And I'm going to quickly run out of time. I just want to ask, how many available spaces are in those hotel shelters on hold for the encampment residents?
I would say right now there's about 100 rooms, but it does change quite regularly. We also have rooms that are currently unavailable as we manage some outbreaks, and we expect additional capacity to come back online. But again, Councillor, the system is very dynamic, and people can be referred into all available options as a way to come in from the outside.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, may I just ask one more question? I realize I'm a bit over time, but I think we lost almost 2 minutes with my tech issues.
Yes, one more question.
Okay. Thank you very much for the indulgence. I promise to make it quick. This question is regarding portable washrooms. Are there any considerations, and my question of course goes to staff, are there any considerations to ensure that those portable washrooms and sinks going into parks, that they be accessible? So therefore someone using a walker, a stroller, or a wheelchair can actually go right into an accessible portable washroom.
So through the speaker, I'm asking staff for that information on the details, Councillor Wong-Tam. If we can take that offline, I'll happily get back to you as fast as I can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff, can you explain to us what you're doing to ensure that the shelter system is actually safe for the clients that you're trying to help?
Councillor Thompson, so there's a number of things that we're doing in terms of IPAC during the pandemic. We've taken extensive measures to make sure that the shelter system is safe, that we're managing infection, that we're providing staff with proper PPE, that we're doing audits and maintaining those high standards. We also are providing mental health and primary care support for people in the shelter system. Everyone has an individual caseworker trying to connect them with permanent housing. In addition, we have training requirements for all the staff across the sector, both our own and our community partner agencies, to make sure that people are staying up to date and trained on how to do their work.
Thank you. And then can you tell me, how do you go through the process in terms of engaging those individuals who are in the encampment, in terms of what it is that you do to, or your team do to engage them, to help them, to try to understand how you're going to assist them in order to move them into some type of shelter or support system?
So the main way that we are connecting with people who are staying in encampments is through our Streets to Home staff and our partner street outreach agencies. These are people that are out in encampments 24/7. As I said, we've connected with people 19,000 times since the beginning of the pandemic. We identify what they need in support of their needs, and this might be, delivered to them while they're in the encampment. So if they need ID to support moving into housing, if they need income support, we can facilitate some of that work while people are in the encampment, as well as helping people come inside.
Fair enough. So since, let's say, April of last year, can you tell us how many people have you assisted in, or your team have assisted to move from encampment to shelter? And then a second part of that question, in trying to assist and engage and encourage someone that's on the street, for example, do you have the authority to move them? Do you have the legal authority to move them at all from the streets?
Deputy Mayor, we've referred 1,600 people from encampments through the duration of the pandemic. We don't have any legal authority at SSHA. If we feel people are unable to make that decision for themselves, we do connect with our healthcare partners to make sure that people are receiving support and making sure that they are able to make an informed consent about their own safety.
Right. So this continues to be a revolving issue. It goes around and round. Every year we are dealing with a request of 2,000 more beds, another 1,000 beds here, and so on. Can you tell us, based on your professional opinion, will this be an issue that we will be able to resolve with all of the monies that we can invest into this issue of homelessness? Will this be a problem that we will be able to resolve?
Deputy Mayor, we will only be able to solve this problem if we focus on housing. Over the last few years, we've expanded the shelter system significantly, and we've seen an increase in the number of people who are chronically homeless and using our shelter system as a form of housing. It is meant to be an emergency short-term measure, and we need to make sure that we continue to focus on housing at every level of government.
Fair enough. You talked earlier about audits. If there's a request for you to do more audits and have more audits done, you're already doing a fair amount of audits. Can you tell us the audits that you're actually doing, the type of audits you're doing, and the reasons for them? And then also, can you tell me, please, what types of meals and preparation and food do you provide to those who are in need of shelter, people who are homeless?
Deputy Mayor, so we have a quality assurance team in SSHA, and they do on-site visits at the various locations, working with people to make sure that they are aware of and adhering to our shelter standards. There is no legislative framework for the provision of shelter services, but the City of Toronto felt that it was important that we have standards. So a number of years ago, we did create the City of Toronto Shelter Standards. In terms of food, and food quality is outlined within our shelter standards. We are either providing food through our own dietary services if the city operates programs, or we're contracting with our community agency if they have an ability to cook food. And in many of our hotel accommodations, the hotel provider is actually providing the culinary services as well. We do incorporate cultural foods. We're able to accommodate special diets, and the shelter standards do require that all food meets the Canada Food Guide, and we provide 3 meals a day in addition to snacks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. Ms. Bedard, do we track the origin of people that come into our shelters that are out of the homelessness encampments?
Councillor Ainsley, so one of the questions that we do ask on intake is where people spent their last night, to try to determine where people are coming from and maybe their reason for homelessness. We also, during the street needs assessment, we ask people if they're new to the city in the last year as well, to see if we can get a better sense of if people became homeless in Toronto or they arrived in Toronto already homeless.
Okay, And then I guess that kind of relates to a similar question that, you know, people keep coming to Toronto. Will we ever reach a point where we'll end encampments, where we'll have space available or a system available where we won't have encampments?
So, Councillor Ainsley, I will again reiterate, Toronto has the most comprehensive shelter system in North America. When people become homeless in regions that don't support the basic necessities of life, they will travel to where those things can be accommodated. So we do have people that come to the City of Toronto because we have a large number of meal programs, of drop-in programs, as well as shelters. We do try to reconnect people to their communities, helping them go back home, helping them reconnect with family, in addition to helping them connect with permanent housing.
All right. And Ms. Bedard, do we have any idea? I know from media reports you hear from reporters interviewing people that say they've left a shelter for one reason or another. Do your staff try and keep track of how many people have, like what the percentage is of people that have been brought off from encampments or off the street into shelters or even housing? Do we have a percentage of people that have decided for one reason or another to leave and go back to living in the street or an encampment?
We do, Councillor. People coming in and out of encampments into shelter is a phenomenon that we've seen for many, many years. But we do know of the 1,600 people that we have referred since the beginning of the pandemic. About 50% of them remain in shelter. About 10% have been housed. About 10% have moved on for other reasons, be it into a healthcare facility or a correctional facility. And then about 30% of those people have withdrawn from the system. They may have moved out of the jurisdiction, left services, but we don't know where they are. But when they reconnect with the shelter system, we will be able to track that. And all of that data is now available on the city's website through open data. We're sharing that information to clearly show the flow through the shelter system.
Okay. And Ms. Bedard, for older people that are in the hotels and, people that are on ODSP, for example, do we fast track those people into housing, or is it a, first come, first serve? How does that work?
Councillor, when people sign up for social housing, they would identify their needs, and there are some priorities. If you are homeless, that is a significant priority for access to rent geared to income housing. But we're also making sure that we are, aware of what people's housing needs are and trying to connect people with our rapid housing initiative. We're focusing on the chronic homeless population. It's about 40% of our system, and these are people that find it difficult to live independently, so they are using our shelter system as a form of housing. If we can move them out into a housing solution, then it does create additional flow in the shelter system, because usually there are people coming and going through the shelter system, but when someone uses it for housing, it sort of holds that space for that person for the whole time.
Okay. And then
Last question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Ms. Bedard, just when somebody comes in, when they're being assessed in a shelter for housing, I assume that they would meet with a housing support worker and a healthcare worker to kind of lay out a plan for getting them into housing?
Yes, that's part of the casework that we do with people in shelters, identifying, what their personal needs are, but also the things that need to be in place for them to be successful in housing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I have just a few questions for our Medical Officer of Health. And it's the report in front of us is dealing with homelessness writ large, and we've had many questions related to the shelter system and the right to housing and housing. But on health, in 2016, Dr. DeVilla, I recall, moved a motion which council endorsed, asking TPH to track data related to Toronto's homeless community and deaths. Is that data being collected?
Through the speaker, yes.
And people experiencing homelessness?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, my sound is cutting in and out.
Yes, Councillor Cressy, we can't hear you. Councillor Cressy?
I'll ask the question again. Dr. DeVilla, what does the data Toronto Public Health collects on homelessness show?
So through the speaker, very briefly, what we do see in our data is that life expectancy amongst those who are experiencing homelessness is significantly reduced relative to those who are housed. And we certainly know from research overall that homelessness is associated with a series of negative health outcomes running the gamut from infectious diseases like HIV and sexually transmitted infections, hepatitis, tuberculosis, to mental health issues and cognitive functional impairments, including substance use disorders, chronic diseases, injuries. There are a myriad of health issues that are more prevalent amongst those experiencing homelessness, and a variety of health issues that are in fact worsened as a result of homelessness relative to those who are housed.
The life expectancy, if I recall from our most recent reports, did Toronto Public Health not identify an average reduced life expectancy for residents, our neighbors who experience homelessness?
Yes, and as I recall, Councillor Cressy, it's in the range of about 20 to 30 years reduced life expectancy amongst those experiencing homelessness relative to those who are housed.
So is it fair to say, so the experience of being homeless in our city contributes to reduced life expectancy and in other instances, a higher proportion of negative health outcomes? Is that correct?
Through the speaker, Councillor Cressy, that is correct. I don't think there's any question in and around the fact that homelessness is a negative experience in respect of health, whether we're looking at life expectancy or, predilection or, tendency towards negative health outcomes, and certainly worsening of existing health conditions.
So to put it simply, I mean, if the experience of being homeless contributes to negative health outcomes, as a doctor, what is your prescription?
There's no question. Through the speaker, the prescription is permanent, sustainable, supportive, and appropriate housing.
So the prescription is to end homelessness?
Indeed it is.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My first questions, I'll eventually get to questions about public washrooms, hopefully, and shelter safety standards. But just to start off, how would you characterize the current relationship between city staff and those living in encampments? Maybe this is for either the city manager, Tracy Cook.
If I can, let me start through the speaker. I mean, there was a media release that went out not so long ago. In fact, last Friday, that says since July 2020, city streets to homes workers and partner agencies have engaged in more than 19,000 times with people living outside, including those staying in encampments. When you have that much frontline contact with individuals experiencing homelessness, you're going to learn a lot about their issues, their concerns, and the things that, help them or don't help them in terms of moving into sheltered service. So I would expect that through those kinds of engagements. And then we have another 619 referrals from park ambassadors to the Streets to Homes program. So I would think that grassroots approach would tell us volumes about what is working and what may not.
My question to the city manager, though, would you characterize this relationship as strained currently?
It's challenging at the best of times, having been a house.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Could you tell me how the city engaged encampment residents in consultation for the Pathways to Homes plan?
Those specifics.
Survey.
Sure. Mary Ann can speak to those specifics, as well as I think Tracy, having dealt with encampments last year, I think can help as well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, sorry, Mary Ann.
Go ahead, Tracy.
I'll start and then kick to you, Mary Ann. Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, in the last couple of months, the city staff went out and spoke with 20 specific individuals in the encampments in the 4 larger parks directly to get a sense of the experience they were having and what they were looking for. And actually, the staff came back saying that the majority of people did want to come inside. And certainly, as Chris has indicated and Mary Ann has so eloquently spoken about, there are a number of challenges. Additionally, I know Mary Ann's team has done their encampment survey, so I'll ask her to speak to that.
Thank you, Tracy. So, yes, we had engagements with 20 individuals who were staying at encampments, and then followed that up with a survey, and that was completed by 72 people. Part of the design of the Pathway Inside program was to understand people who weren't accepting voluntary referrals. What services were they looking for that would enable them to accept those referrals? What we heard was that they wanted downtown hotel space so that it was close to their social networks and to their service networks. They wanted individual hotel rooms, not shelter beds. They wanted harm reduction supports and healthcare delivered on site. And they also wanted connection to housing workers so that their stay in shelters could be as short as possible and they could quickly move into permanent housing.
So in our survey, was it more about here's your set of circumstances, what's preventing you from coming inside, or did we present solutions and get their advice?
The specific format of the survey, Councillor Layton, I would need to get back to you on that.
Did we consult with any human rights bodies, including the Federal Housing Advocate or Ontario Human Rights Commission, as stated in the Toronto Housing Charter, specifically on the Pathways to Housing plan?
Speaker Tracy, please.
Yeah, so thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, not specifically in relation to this program. I know the staff that did work on developing the program did take a human rights approach to the work that we were doing. We did model our approach based on other best practices we've seen in other cities in North America. We certainly have, since the launch of Pathways Inside and the additional resources and supports that we brought into with a focus, the 4 largest parks, we have engaged with other individuals in respect to the human rights approach to housing and are addressing encampments.
I would just note that our charter is quite specific in consulting those groups. Have we considered bringing in a third party with the expertise in human rights approach to housing to help co-create a solution with the homeless community?
That was your last question.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I can confirm, Councillor Layton, that we are engaged, Mary Ann and I, with an individual organization that does have this particular perspective. And we're actually having a discussion on Thursday again to talk about how the city can continue to improve its services it offers in shelters and the needs and supportive housing in particular. So we are moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I'll ask my questions of Chris Murray, and I'll ask the City Manager to refer it as required among the staff. First question is there an understanding of the percentage or the difference between single people encamped somewhere versus collections of people together that are grouped together into larger encampments? And what are those percentages?
Through the Speaker, I think Mary Ann would be closest to having that kind of information if she does.
Thank you, Chris. Deputy Mayor. So there are a number of people who are encamped together because they are couples, and also people agree to camp together because they have a social network. But people would be individual in their tents as well. It's hard to know a particular number.
You know, but there's a big difference between one person camped in a park somewhere versus a grouping. Do we have any sense by volume? Like you said, there are 300 or 400 people that are camping right now, but what's the breakdown? Is it most of them in an organized setting?
I would need to get those specific details for you, Deputy Mayor. I know that there are a few large encampments where we have a majority of the people who are staying outside.
Okay, and Mary Ann, you made some comments before that I think you said that you were aware that people had multiple locations, right? They had a tent in more than one place, or a structure, or leaving the possessions in more than one place. In your study of the groups, would you say that these are defined areas, they're territories almost, and would you say that there's a social structure? I think you said that they were socially grouped together, but I mean, are they organized amongst each other versus, somebody living out in the bush somewhere because, that's where they chose to sleep?
So I just want to clarify my comments. People have multiple structures. So they may have 3 or 4 tents or structures that belong to them in a park, and they're using some for sleeping, some social, maybe some for storage. I don't know if people have tents in multiple parks. We're paying most attention to sort of multiple tents in a single park.
But would you say there's a difference? Like, is there a marked cohesive structure where people are gathered in a defined area? It's more than an encampment site. It's an actual change of use in a park, right? It's a section. It's different. There's a group of people living.
Yes, there is sort of an informal organization at some of the larger parks. They have sort of identified people to act as their mayor or their spokesperson. And when we did the engagement, those are the people that we're targeting as well, just so we can understand what's happening at the encampment and what people need.
Do you treat people camping alone somewhere differently than you do the organized entities?
No, we don't. Our focus is always to build relationships with people, understand their needs, and support them to move inside.
What? But why not? Why not treat an individual that's alone, and maybe there's a different way to induce them to come in and use the shelter system versus an organized entity that has different reasons for staying in the place that they stay?
From a housing first approach, Deputy Mayor, we're always focusing on individuals and what a person's individual need is. Every situation is unique, and people will agree to engage with us under certain different circumstances. So sometimes they'll agree to meet with us in different places. Sometimes people are very open and welcoming when we engage them in the park. It's important that we respect people's privacy and the relationship that our Streets to Homes and partner agencies work very hard to develop with people so that they will accept referrals inside.
I'm pretty sure if I went across the street at lunch and lit a fire in the park, that would be frowned upon, and I think I would be challenged by an official of some sorts. Do we have any double standards or any direction internally that causes us to treat the encampments different? Are we doing anything which sends a message that says that this is okay? Is there any strategies that are missing that need to be clear with people that these campsites are not permitted? and they have problems, and we need to try to address them and get to zero as a city.
That was your
So
last
through the
question.
speaker, I'm going to ask Tracy to answer that question. But to the first part of your question, if you went across the street and lit a campfire, you're right, you would be in trouble. Tracy?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think Deputy Mayor Holliday, we address these matters on an as needed and as appropriate basis. Certainly the response is reflective of the risk and the concern that we have given any circumstance. And that's how we gauge how we appropriately respond to concerns. I will note Mary Ann's comments in respect to homeless individuals. We have a very personalized and very specific approach to offer them safe indoor space, and that has always been and always will continue to be our first effort to support people in the parks or in any other encampments where they so choose to live.
Thank you. Okay, I just have one question on GL 2313, portable washrooms and sinks in City of Toronto parks. So do we have the number of parks and the location of the parks where we will, the portable washrooms will be located?
So through the speaker, I can certainly get you a detailed list, but it is a fluid list based on where they're most required. So obviously the 22 or the 26 that we currently have are now assigned to where we know we need them most, and that would be in parks with substantial either a lack of public washroom facilities or substantial encampments in areas where there are no public washroom facilities. And then they're distributed accordingly to other sites as needed.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, speakers. Councillor Matlow.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. If you could present the motion, if the clerk could, please. So this motion addresses a number of questions and concerns that I've heard from leading advocates for people experiencing homelessness in our city. And I've been having many conversations to better understand not only those concerns, but also ways that we can work together collectively to try to address them and actually find solutions. So I want to thank all the different advocates that have been in touch with me in my office over the past while, along with Marian Bedard and her team for their openness and their willingness to work with these requests, which demonstrates the openness and ability to make improvements. What I've been experiencing throughout this entire discussion, and I don't mean just here today, I mean in general, is that the conversation about people on our streets, for advocates and those who they advocate for, their experience is that we discuss this in the abstract, and we're not talking about the individuals well enough. We are confident in our system, but they're saying that the system isn't working for many individuals. So then I try to think about even the discussion around ending homelessness. I think for a lot of people, we just kind of think that's impossible. There always has been homelessness. There always will be homelessness. And then we accept that as the status quo. Begrudgingly, but we do in a way. But what if it was somebody we loved? Like, what if it was a member of our family? Would we just accept that? Just that's the way it is? Would we accept a family member suffering with an opioid addiction? Would we just sort of dismiss a family member who we love who is going through a mental health crisis, and then perhaps finds themselves living on our streets or in a park? I don't think any of us would. So when I hear from these advocates, those are the people who they're describing. They're talking about people they love, people they describe as colleagues, people who they've known for many years. These are people with names, with stories, with lives, who they care about and want to make sure that they have every opportunity in life like we would anyone we care about. So there isn't the trust, I believe, that sets the ground for really working together. And I think we need to build on that. And I think we need to try to create it. And I think that the reason that the debate often gets so intense and difficult, even hyperbole comes into it, is because we all care deeply about arriving at a resolution for these individuals. There's no way that we can accept that our parks will forever be the site of encampments. But we also need to hear from individuals who are saying that they really don't feel safe in our shelters, that our shelters are not providing them with the supports that they need, and often they feel like really unsafe being there, whether it be COVID related with respect to physical distancing over the past year, or they're scared for their body or their belongings. I've heard stories directly from shelter clients who have told me that. It's real for them, and we have to validate that, and we need to work with them to make the improvements that will benefit everyone. I don't believe for a minute when I hear some of the hyperbole that our public service don't care about the outcomes. And I also know that some of the local councillors who have communities that have the most encampments are some of the most well-meaning, caring people I know, and care deeply about arriving at a solution for everyone. That's what they do every day, and it pains them, and they care deeply about this. And I believe that if we work together towards our real goal, which is having other levels of government work with us as partners to actually achieve not the Band-Aids, but the actual solution, which is supportive permanent housing, real mental health care supports available to everyone and anyone, and addiction support. In other words, we need real affordable housing, and we need to care for each other.
5 seconds.
And our system isn't there yet. And I believe we can get there if we choose to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I know many of my colleagues understand this, but this is probably one of the most difficult issues many councillors have had to be involved with in recent years, notwithstanding the enormity of the epidemic that we're facing. There are these intersections of crises that are occurring all over our city to communities. If it's opioid addiction, or if it's homelessness. Yes.
Yeah, I believe you have a motion.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you very much. I do. If the clerks could call it up. This is the first point is that Council reiterate its commitment to taking a housing first and human rights approach to housing those experiencing homelessness, and ensure city staff develop and implement a response consistent with the findings of the Faulkner inquiry, specifically as it relates to health and safety of those currently living in encampments. 2, that City Council direct the city manager to develop a strategy in consultation with relevant city staff, organizations serving the homeless population, and focus on the right to housing, and most importantly, residents with lived experience of homelessness, in order to engage in a collaborative approach to providing safe indoor shelter and housing opportunities for residents of encampments that ensure the safety and dignity of encampment residents and frontline city staff. That the city manager consider a third-party facilitator familiar with housing and homelessness to support this process. 4, sorry, I lost count. That City Council requests the city manager to report to the September 21, 2021 meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee on the progress towards establishing a housing commissioner for the City of Toronto as outlined in the Housing Action Plan. I think there are 3 things that we need. I should first, again, thank staff for their hard work. They've worked hard to address outbreaks in shelters, to identify new shelter opportunities, including something that we've never really done before with hotel shelters wherever they could and wherever there were no barriers or interference. They worked hard to ensure that they could bring vaccines to those that are hardest to reach. They have most caring and large hearts, I think, in our organization, and they should be commended for that.
Hello.
But going forward,
Yeah, I'm gonna
we
have
need
to,
to reflect back on, maybe if we could pause the time.
Yeah, so who's okay, I just want to remind members of council, please. Yeah.
Speaker, you don't know if it's members of council.
Yeah, it's a staff member.
For
Okay.
clarifying that. I think councillors are having a difficult time today. There's audio issues and video issues, and I don't think it's fair to always be saying it's councillors that are doing that, Speaker. It's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
When it hasn't been councillors.
So if I can just remind staff to please do not have your mic on. Okay, sorry, Councillor Layton, if you want to continue.
No apologies necessary. Going forward, we need to reflect back on what's worked in the last many months and what hasn't worked. And we know that while we know that being inside is safer and healthier than people sleeping outside, try to tell that to someone who's worried about contracting COVID or dying of an overdose in an empty hotel room. There is great fear there. So we have to address that if we expect that we can bring those individuals inside and connect them with services. And that's what I've been hearing directly from encampment residents, some of which were addressed in Councillor Matlow's motion. But I think that we need to go a bit further and to recast the plan ahead and do it in a way that is engaging encampment residents and those experiencing homelessness and those that have a deep understanding of the right to housing. I don't profess to have that understanding. But we need to somehow co-create a solution that addresses the human rights approach and housing first approach, that addresses and restores the faith and confidence that those experiencing homelessness have in the city and those who deliver services for us. And finally, that bring forwards a solution that helps the city define what a right to housing approach is with those who know best. This would have been done by a housing commissioner had we had one in place in time, as outlined in our housing charter. But this pathway is also outlined there, and we can take it. And I believe that by taking a deep breath, by understanding those challenges better, by making it a co-created solution, that will find much more success in ensuring these people can access shelter and housing and the additional supports that come with that improve their quality of life in the long run. Just very quickly, and unless we take that step, I fear that what happened at Lamport Stadium will happen again. And I honestly feel that unless we take that breath and go back out and look for that co-created solution that rebuilds a trust that is lost, and part of that is due to the length of this pandemic that just keeps carrying on, and the challenges that people are facing in individuals' lives and in the resources that we've been able to apply to this, and perhaps the lacking spaces we've heard that we're still missing in order to house everyone. Finally, on washrooms, look, this is a basic human need. It's tough to argue that giving people that little bit of dignity, like basic hygiene, isn't in the public interest. It's true, there are budget implications, but this is a basic human need. And if we don't provide those washrooms, well, the alternative is much, much worse.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do have a motion, the clerk, and the motion has three parts to it. The first one that I'm asking City Councillor to ask our staff, it's to have an individually and cultural appropriate housing plan done, even if the resident is not accepting a placement, an indoor placement. I've heard for some advocates and some that are experiencing homelessness that Sometimes this option is only given to them once they come into the shelter system. And I think it is really important that as we're reaching out, and it seems like we have had success, as staff today told us, it is really important that we work with residents with a plan that is going to ultimately lead them to housing. We know that housing is the solution. We've been working towards that. We're committed to the progressive realization of housing. That needs to be the start of our conversations with people, even as they are in encampments. So I would like us as a council to really put forward that direction as well. That conversation is not dependent on if you come to a shelter or not. That conversation needs to start right when we start that engagement process. The other two parts of the motion is, as we've heard, are related to the dynamic nature of our shelter system and how it feeds into our housing system. As we've heard, in the last year, we've housed over 5,500 people. It comes through different ways, right? We have housing allowances, we have new builds, we have our partners. So one of the things that I've heard as well for some of the partners in our supportive housing is, because of the lack of affordable housing, they do have some tenants as well that could be moving on to other affordable housing providers, but because there's not the housing allowance, the RGI units, they're stuck in one of those supportive housing units that we need to have people out of our shelter system and out of our encampments. So we need to create some movement into our system, and that is really important. I also want to emphasize the work that we're really doing on creating supportive housing in our city. We've never created this level of supportive housing as we've actually been doing through the pandemic. We decided as a council that we were going to advocate to the other orders of government, and I think that our mayor really took charge on that and has delivered on ensuring that our orders of government, through capital dollars, through operating dollars, came through, and we are creating an unprecedented number of supportive housing units, because we committed to say that we were going to respond to this crisis not just by doing more of the same, but actually shifting housing approach, which we know it's the response that we need to have. So that's why we're acquiring properties. That's why we're doing modular housing. That's why we are creating spaces of supportive housing inside our TCHC units. That is why we know that housing is the solution. And that's why, as I started at the beginning, the conversation when we're talking with residents at the encampment is about housing. It's the progressive realization of housing. Our housing plan commits to that, and that's what we're delivering here today. So I hope I can get your support on these motions. I too want to just as a last point, touch on the issue that we're going to have in terms of the washrooms, which I think, as Councillor Layton just said, I think it's a basic necessity for anybody that uses our parks. And I hope we can see that moving forward today as well, because anybody, homeless or non-homeless, that uses our parks should have that basic necessity fulfilled by all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Perk. 3 minutes, clarification.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy Mayor Bailao, the third part of your motion, you're asking for a report on potential new supportive housing opportunities, and it lays out some more. Do you expect that report to lay out clearly both the scale of what we need to do and also whose responsibility the different pieces are?
Yes. So the part 3 is related to the part 2 as well. So, which is also even related to the report as well. So one of the things that we're asking is, for example, for housing allowances. We know that we have a lot of people in our supportive housing providers right now that could move on to a regular RGI unit. They're not able to do it because there's no movement as well. So this is a little bit related to that. What opportunities can we create to have some of that movement happen with the existing stock, with new stock, and obviously the opportunity? I have to say that the Canada-Ontario housing benefit was a 3-year term that is coming to an end. So our focus in advocating as well for the renewal and acceleration of those agreements needs to happen. I'm hoping that we can really engage on that work, that advocacy to support our staff as well. And this report is, I hope, is going to help all of us doing some of that work that needs to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're recessed to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating the mayor's first key matter, item CC 34.1, which was joined with item GL 23.13. We will return to that item after the release of member holds. Do we have any releases? Any releases? Okay.
Madam Speaker, I can release.
Okay, who am I speaking to?
Sorry, it's Councillor Bradford. I'm just not on the.
Okay, Councillor Bradford.
Yes.
Which item? Councillor Bradford, what
I
item?
apologize. Speaker, I can recite them. Yep. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. No, I can't hear you.
You're frozen.
I apologize, Madam Speaker.
Why should you apologize?
The technology today is. I
Yeah,
think we're all having some connection issues. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so if it's okay, I'd like to release item TE 25.47, and that's a nomination for appointment to the Board of Directors of Crescent Town Club. This was just a quick procedural motion to amend the nominees since Toronto East Shore Community Council. And I can just release that with the motion here if we would like to do that.
Okay, so that's T 25.7, nomination for appointment to the Board of Directors of the Crescent Town Club. The amendment is on the screen. All in favor of the amendment? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Are there any further releases? No more? Okay. So we do have a number of members' motions to add on to the agenda. Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, I'd like to introduce a motion to request the city solicitor to attend at the T-Lab. I think this is my first one this term, Madam Chair, so
Okay.
maybe even from...
It's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. This item is an important item. It's to get some assistance from FCM for the for our program here.
Okay, it's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This adds to the mayor's comments when opening the meeting. This is a notice, motion without notice. If the clerks could put it on the screen.
Yeah, it's on the screen. Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's on the screen.
Thank you. And this is in regard.
Sorry. Sorry, Councillor.
That's okay. I'll introduce it later.
Okay. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker.
motion is on the screen.
Thank you. I wish to add a motion without notice concerning the reopening of EC 21.10, which is the response to increased unpermitted fireworks use during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's urgent because some action is required prior to the July 1st Canada Day holiday.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Councillor McKelvey.
Madam Speaker, it's a motion about active TO in the Meadoway. Did they want to display it?
Okay.
And the reason for urgency is that active TO is currently rolling out across the city, and there's no locations in Scarborough. And staff have mentioned the Meadoway in some of the press releases, but haven't attributed resources to it yet.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Okay, we'll go back to the previous item. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
I didn't flag to speak, so I think that's an error.
Okay. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Motion, if clerks can put it on the screen.
Okay, if we can put Councillor Fillion's motion on the screen.
So this is, we had a long discussion at committee about whether this contract should be 1 year or 2, and this was kind of a compromise motion that staff report back if we need a second year, but the first year goes ahead and gives the staff the discretion. We're hoping that things will be very different a year from now, both in terms of the need for encampments and COVID restrictions, which is the combination of those two is creating greater demand for washrooms and encampments, and hopefully both of those situations will be alleviated. But if not, it's just having staff report again on the status of things. It's urgent that this contract go forward. It lost on a tie at committee. Otherwise, we won't have any extension of this, very much needed service at the moment. So this is a bit of a compromise, and hopefully everybody can support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ainslie to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion to move, which are the original recommendations on the washrooms in the parks. There was staff recommendations at General Government Licensing. So I am moving those recommendations. We had a very fulsome discussion on this at committee. To be quite honest, I really didn't see the concern with this. We have a contract before us from parks. We're not buying more porta potties. We're renting them. It has a maximum limit. There are 22 of the 50 are already put in place. And why I say I didn't see a huge concern with this item, I reflected on the fact that when I put a splash pad in my ward, for example, people that are opposed to splash pads, the very first thing they say to me are, where are children going to go to the washroom? There's no washrooms in our parks. Where are they going to go? And I say to them, in an emergency, they're going to go behind the bushes. That's life. That's how this world operates. And those are children in our parks in an emergency when there's no washrooms available. We're talking today about homeless people that unfortunately are in encampments in our parks. We've heard from staff that they're working very diligently to ensure that we get as many homeless people in the encampments out of our parks, and I applaud them for that. I think they're doing an excellent job. But at the same time, I think the people there are people that leave our encampments, they go into shelters, they go into housing for one reason or another. They're not happy with it. They're leaving. They still end up in our parks. We have a standard of cleanliness that we need. I think that there's a quality of life issue here. And so I'm putting forward the staff recommendations because I do think these portable toilets are needed until we can deal with the homelessness issue in our parks, if we ever completely deal with it. But I'm putting that motion forward. And on another note, as we're having this conversation today, we did, the homelessness memorial did take place at noon, as it does every month, across the street from City Hall at Holy Trinity Church. There was 12 people added to the memorial. Their names were added to the memorial today. And I would just like to read those names. So the following people were added to the homeless memorial today: Melanie Elizabeth Lemieux, Natalie Smith, Harold Cuz Dunham, Audrey Singh, Bridget Garcia, Jamie Parnell, an unnamed person that the police couldn't identify that was found passed away on the street near the Danforth and Coxwell Library, Gordon Cronkite, Roxy Fox, a person simply known as Holly, and another person that was simply known by their friends as Dan. These people all passed away within the last 3 months, and their names were added to the homeless memorial today. I think their names should be in the record as we discuss this very important topic today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Deputy Mayor Min Wong. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. To move the motion, can you distinguish for me the difference between the staff recommendation, Councillor Fillion's recommendation or motion, and your motion?
Yeah, so Mr. Deputy Mayor, what I'm doing is putting forward that the recommendations that were in the original report that lost on a tie, Councillor, one of the amendments was that it was a 2-year contract. So Councillor Fillion's asking for it to be reviewed 1 year after it's issued.
So yours is for a 1-year contract and then it comes back, is that correct?
Yes.
And Councillor Fillion's is close to the same thing. Is this
sorry,
back?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's a 2-year contract. So it's a 1-year contract with an option to renew. Councillor Fillion's asking for it to be reviewed before it's renewed.
So the difference is Councillor Fillion said is bring it back to committee, but yours, if it's one subject to renewal, that gives the staff the option to decide. Am I correct? Just trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
And then the staff.
So if both of them, so both of them pass, it's a 2-year contract, and it would come back for review at general government licensing in a year before it gets issued for the 2nd year.
So it seems like yours and Councillor Fillion's motions are the same. I'm just trying to figure this out.
So the original staff recommendations, they lost on a tie at committee. It was a 3-3 tie. So this item, so the general government licensing item is here without recommendations. So I'm simply moving the original recommendations that lost on a tie, and Councillor Fillion's would be an amendment to those recommendations.
Oh, okay. All right. So the committee recommendations are it doesn't come back and we just do it for 2 years.
Correct.
Okay.
It was a 2-year contract.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope you can hear me. There were some problems earlier.
Yes, we can hear
I
you.
do have a motion. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I do have two motions. If the clerks can please put that onto the screen. My first motion is to direct the GM of SSHA to work in consultation with the GM of PFR to distribute to-go water trailers to various parks to ensure that free of charge tap water is safely available to all park visitors. The second motion is to direct staff to ensure that that the washrooms and sinks, the portable washrooms and sinks are accessible, and that they will be installed with SEPTED principles. And this stands for, of course, everyone knows.
We've lost you again, Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Wong Tam, we've lost you. So if you want to take your video off, then we'll see if it works.
Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Does that help?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to try to go as quickly as I can, but those are the two motions. I'm hoping that council can support it. I want to just thank staff for all their hard work and for the recommendations that are before us. I recognize that this has been an incredibly challenging 15, 16 months. Not just the fact that staff have been working nonstop to address the many social inequities that we all know, especially the social inequities that have been made ever more present because of the COVID pandemic. But city staff haven't stopped working. They've been working nonstop, and they're doing everything they can to get people indoors as safely as possible. I do think that it's important for us to try to address the chronic challenge of homelessness. And to that, I want to just recognize how hard it is to actually not have a home. I've actually been in that situation myself as a 16-year-old person who was not accepted by my family when I first came out of the closet. And so many of those lived experiences that are now out there for people who are sleeping precariously and sleeping outdoors, some of us have experienced it. And it is no fun, it is no joy, and it is actually very painful. And it continues to be painful for many in the community. I think that many people want to come indoors. They want access to affordable, sustainable housing. And I think they do want to work with the city. We just need to rise to the occasion to meet them where they are. There are obviously mental health and addiction challenges for some individuals, and we have to understand how we can address those concerns, especially if they do exist for individuals. If they name them and say they exist, then let us just believe that they exist. So if there's a perception that the shelters are unsafe, then we have to work with the community to make those shelters as safe as possible. We have to have those deep conversations about what can we do, not just as a city, but bringing the whole of government approach, including our provincial and federal partners to the table, so we can address chronic homelessness together. And this is not necessarily an environment that I think that allows us to speak with cool heads oftentimes. People are emotionally charged. It has been a very tough year. People have lost friends and family. And the most important thing for us to recognize, I think, is that we're still living under the pandemic, and things are not back to normal. So we give the perception that business is back to normal, and that is anything but the truth. Medicine Hat, I just want to point out, has resolved and ended their homelessness. I want to point this out because I want to give ourselves some hope, and I want to give hope to not just Torontonians, but Ontarians and Canadians, is that if we bring a whole of government approach, the federal, provincial, and municipal partners working together, we can end homelessness. It will happen, and it did happen in Medicine Hat. They declared this to be an emergency. They said they were going to do it 12 years ago. This year, they achieved that goal. So I don't believe it's impossible. I believe everything is possible, but we have to dig deeper, and we must compel
our provincial and federal partners to work with us. We must compel the activists on the ground who are advocating for those sleeping outdoors to work with us. We must build that place of trust, and we must be able to do that by supporting our staff and at the same time taking a principled stand when it comes to building housing from a human rights centered approach. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
We do have a question for you. Councillor Robinson, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the mover if this includes bottled water.
No, Councillor, because we have banned bottled water, we would have to find a different way of distributing the water. So hopefully there could be water bottles that are available, reusable. I'm not sure. That's why I left it somewhat open-ended, that whenever possible, we try to do this. But it doesn't explicitly say we are distributing bottled water.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to check with the center table that my motion is ready. It's rather short, but I didn't get the customary response back.
Yes, it's ready.
Fantastic. Thank you. And my motion is short, that City Council adopt a goal of 0 encampments. I think it's important that we agree to define the issue. I appreciate that with 26 members of council, there's probably 26 ways to try and solve what the issue is, but by defining the issue, at least we have something to measure success against. I think most of us have encountered an encampment at some point in our time, either as members of council or just citizens in the city. And I think most people, if you encountered somebody sleeping under a tarp or on a bench, the response is compassion from most people. I really do think that in Toronto as a whole. But there's something different that's going on here that I wanted to talk about, and that's the notion of mass encampments. I asked a little bit about it in my questions. These are socially organized entities. They have their own leadership, staff even, I think they use the word that there's a spokespeople or a designated mayor of the area. They have their own rules, they have their own characteristics. And in many ways, they're actually defined territories. You can draw a line around them. Often they're in a park, right? It's a zone or a place because there's a number of people gathered there. And you'd say, well, what's the difference between that and say a neighborhood in the city? Well, the difference is a neighborhood or a unit of the city, works with an underlying set of societal rules, societal values. There's standards. There are things to address things like health and safety, law, justice, that sort of thing. But in these areas, they're independent. And I think there's something else that came up. There was this notion of privacy. Privacy came up in the report. If you look at the survey results, you'll see that a lot of people were compelled to live within these organized social entities, these mass encampments, because they were seeking privacy. I just wonder how you can have privacy in a public place. Those two terms are different. And I think this is where citizens of the city object, and I'm sure we've all heard from them. I know I've heard from many constituents of mine that have a lot of concerns over the mass encampments in parks. It's this idea of exclusivity or privacy of a public asset or an amenity. They can't use that part of the park anymore because it's occupied by somebody else or another social structure that has their own rules. I'm sure that as many people that don't want to walk through a homeless encampment site, the people that are living in the encampment site don't want people walking through it. And I think people see that as not being fair. They adhere to the rules, they adhere to the society standards, but others seem to somehow either not have to follow the rules or they gain some sort of a benefit by having access to public land for their own. We saw instances of this during COVID because what you'd see is a lot of calls to 311 about people breaking rules for not wearing masks. I'm not just talking about encampments, I'm just talking about things in general, about what people are reacting to out there in the world. And there is this idea that we have to work together to try to solve something like a pandemic situation. But I think as a whole, Toronto and citizens here follow the rules and follow the order and the organization. And I think this is where people really object. I'm going to vote against the notion of providing washrooms. I'm going to vote against the notion of providing water. And it's not fun to do that. But I don't understand how we could condemn camping in a city park, but also just sort of do it with a wink and a smile and say, but if you do come, we're going to give you all of these things to support you. And so, you know, it's actually okay on the side, but we won't say it. So I have concerns about that. It's not fun sometimes as a member of council to do our job. It's not fun maybe voting against providing a washroom to somebody. We always want to help others. That's why we do the work that we do. But we also have this core responsibility that others anywhere else don't have. It really rests with us as stewards over public assets or public amenities. And I have to do things to protect public access to those. And so that's why I'm not going to vote for those particular motions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes clarification.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Holyday will clarify for me what your intentions are quite a bit if you would answer the following question. Would you consider amending this to be that City Council adopt a goal of zero homelessness?
No, my motion was very deliberate, and it speaks to this particular item, and it is about addressing the issue of encampments. And posing that very question is an articulation of the issue I think that's before us, because as a council, we keep expanding it and distorting what the issue is. I think we have to focus on one particular element right now, and there's a lot to it. And I think Councillor Perks and I will disagree on how to solve the issue, but I really want to define and draw a circle around the notion of encampments. And we'll either agree or disagree that we should try to have a state where there are none. And I understand it'd be different on how to solve that, but I think as a group, we should say we do not want any in the city as a goal and as something to work towards and as something to measure success against. And I didn't see that in any of the reports anywhere. And I couldn't see in the questions that we asked of, say, the general manager of where an endpoint would be to this.
Okay, thank you. So I think I understand now that it's acceptable to you to have homelessness without encampments, and so that'll inform me about how I vote. Do you see this motion as being in any way instructive to staff, giving them direction on how to proceed in any way?
No, other than the idea that there's an overall public policy goal from the council that says we're trying to reach a state of zero. And as I said, I've tried to write this carefully, that it's something that everybody can support, because I recognize that we may see different paths on how to get there, each one of us, and there's probably a melding of a lot of them together on how to reach success. And I don't know what the answer is to get to the zero goal, but I thought if we at least could agree on that as a group going forward, at least we would have some direction to point into in order to tackle the issue and by defining it.
So if I understand you correctly, you can accept a city with homelessness, but you can't accept one with encampments, and you think that that distinction should inform our policies going forward and inform the actions of Toronto City staff.
Well, Councillor Perks, those are your words and not mine, and my words are quite short and crisp. I suppose we'll need more than a couple of seconds to debate the interconnection.
I'm not debating, I'm trying to understand your motions and clarifying your intention.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it's pretty clear that it's a goal of zero, but you know, if you want to co-join the two issues, we could be here all afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, question, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's just a follow-up to really some of the questions Councillor Perks were asking. Many members of council have signed pledge.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I seem to have lost the audio.
Councillor Pasternak, can you repeat your question?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I just want to understand. Many members of council particularly the progressives, have signed documents over the years pledging or supporting a nuclear-free world. An encampment-free world, is this the same? Does this align philosophically with the pledge to have a nuclear-free world?
Oh boy, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm at a loss to answer that, but I would hope that most members of council would agree that they would like to see zero encampments, and you know, how we get to that is probably a larger political question, but if we can't at least do that before the citizens of the city, I don't know how we would ever solve the problem before us. Maybe
So
they want it to continue. I don't know.
All right, so let me drill down a little further, and then we'll leave it at that. So when Lyndon Johnson declared in the mid-'60s his war on poverty, is the goal of eliminating encampments similar?
I think it's a very, very specific set of words that doesn't attempt to take on larger world issues. I think it's quite clear in what it says is that as a city we work to zero encampments. If we're not comfortable reaching or heading towards that goal, I don't know what else we could tell the citizens who call us with concerns, or to people that are sleeping in the parks saying, you know, I'd like a solution to this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Long-term question, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to leave my video off just so my audio is stronger. And through you to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, your motion speaking to zero encampments in the city, how would you propose that we achieve that?
Well, that is a wonderful and deep question, which I think is part of the basis of this debate. I unfortunately cannot tell you what the magic solution is. And as I said in my introductory remarks, with 26 members of council, there's probably 26 different ways to go there. But this is at least a step that just defines some kind of goal to work towards. At least we can measure progress toward it.
Thank you. And would you say that part of the one step forward would be the building of supportive and affordable housing in neighborhoods and across the city?
Yeah, that's probably part of the mix, but as through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, I think as 26 members of council, we'll all have differing opinions on how all of that comes together. But there's certainly many components to solving this issue. And I won't stand here and pretend to say that I have all of the magic answers, or I would be giving them to you.
Thank you. And would you say another step toward ending encampments and ending homelessness is to build shelters with wraparound supports wherever we can to meet people where they need to be met?
I would be very careful with that through you, Madam Speaker, because as we heard through the staff's questions and through their report, there are shelters and there is availability in there. And I think there are some deeper issues that I can't solve or answer why people don't choose to use them. I mean, that in essence is what's before us, right? That there's this resource available to try to help people along, but they have chosen to go into an encampment. And I can't enter or explain what that is all about. I don't know if we could ever solve that even in an afternoon at council. But as I said, I'm hoping we can be comfortable as a council to say that we want to try to achieve a situation where there aren't any more encampments.
And would you say that another step toward ending encampments and ending homelessness is to ensure program participation where we design services around that human being, where we build out more mental health support, more harm reduction services, so therefore there's a safe passage indoors for these individuals? Would you say that's another step to ending homelessness and the eradication of encampments?
Okay, it's
I think in theory.
clarification of the motion. Councillor Holiday, if you can
I-
answer
I'll
that,
ask-
we'll move on.
Certainly, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just be careful with the words "we," and I've had this debate before council many times in many forums about what the roles of different orders of government are. We are a city, a municipality. We have some very, very specific things that we need to do. It's enshrined in law. It's also enshrined in the policies that we've got. Some of the issues that lead to situations of encampment and homelessness are far bigger than us. And they have to do with the health system, the mental health supports that are available through that system, through income redistribution. And those things are really big questions that us as councillors haven't a chance to try and solve. We can think about them and we can align the type of services that we provide in the city to help respond to them. But I think we have to be very careful about the words "we." And I've been very clear before council that I'm not here to try to solve all of the world's issues and try to make up for how I think other orders of government should be participating in this process. And I'm sure all 26 members of councils have different ideas about how we tackle this issue.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Matlow, clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, so I want to ask you about my interpretation, because obviously it affects the vote on this. Am I hearing you correctly, just from everything that you've said and the responses that you've given, that the intent of your motion is about an aspirational goal to achieve zero encampments eventually, and that the intent is both to ensure that our parks are there for the purpose of all park users rather than the exclusive use of any one group or any one rules or whatever, but that it be used for everybody who wants to enjoy our parks? But also, is there an understanding in concert with that goal that we need, when I say we, I mean society, province, federal, etc., to your point, that there should be access to permanent supportive housing for people who are in need. Is that a fair interpretation?
So two different concepts, and I spoke to both of them. I feel very, very passionately about the concept of the non-exclusivity of individuals that are camping in the park, to separate it from the use by others. And we've all heard the stories about that, right? Parents that want to bring their kids to the park, others that don't feel safe going by, even from members of the encampments themselves about concerns about, how these entities carry on. So that's one concept, but I've also been very, very careful to write the motion, as brief as it is, in a way that doesn't begin to prescribe how the solution comes about.
Right.
It is just rooted in the fact that I know all the different members of council have different political philosophies and approaches to this. But I thought if we couldn't at least agree as a group that we want to try to bring these to zero, if we couldn't do that, I don't see an end to any of this. And maybe some people don't want it to end. I mean, it's as awful as or silly as that sounds. Perhaps there are members that feel that way, and that, then they should just say so. But I'm very clear as to not getting into the prescription and the political philosophies and arguments about, is it a heavy-handed approach or an olive branch approach or a mix of those? If we could agree as a group that we want to get to a situation of zero encampments, at least we have a place to start, and at least we have a way to track our progress.
So at the end of the day, you're saying that beyond anyone's sort of politics or ideologies, whether the intent be to have the parks available for any park user, or if it's about rather seeing somebody living on our streets or parks having access to housing, we shouldn't have to debate this aspirational goal. Is that fair?
Okay, that's,
I think there's room for all of those concepts under the particular motion, but I would just hope as a group we would at least endeavor and give direction to staff through a goal of trying to bring it to zero.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be supporting Councillor Holliday's motion. As I see it as an aspirational motion and quite appropriate. We're in extraordinary times, and I think we allowed encampments because of the pandemic, because it has been extraordinary times, but those times are quickly, and we should be celebrating this, are quickly coming to an end. And when they do come to an end, we have to put in place measures to change our parks back to what they used to be. And they weren't supposed to be encampments. They never were. When we have development applications and residents want more parks, it's not for encampments. That's not the purpose of it. Parks are for people to play in, not to live in overnight. And I think Councillor Holliday's aspirational statements would find, I think, broad support in the public to end these encampments. The second, and that is also why I'm not going to support the additional bathrooms, nor am I going to support additional water. I don't think that we should be making it easier for the people in these encampments to sustain and live longer in these encampments. We should be encouraging them to leave, and especially with the pandemic coming to an end, this is what we should be doing. And secondly, I will be supporting Councillor Filion's motion to review the contract for these washrooms next year. To me, Councillor Filion's motion speaks to a broader initiative that we need to be considering and putting a lot more effort and thought into. And that is, now that the pandemic is, we should all be gratified that it's coming to a close. We've got to turn the corner, and all those emergency measures that have been in place should be coming to an end. And so this idea of, these additional washrooms, we should be looking at it next year and saying, do we really need to continue this in these parks? And I see that as a motion to, not doing it for 2 years when the pandemic will clearly be over. That's simply unnecessary and wasteful. But we need to, at a broader level, start thinking about how we're going to get back to normal and deal with all the programs and expenditures that we'll have to be facing, some without assistance from the other levels of government. And we should start thinking about those things now. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll begin by placing an amendment, if it can be put on the screen, which is that City Council adopt a goal of ending chronic homelessness. I am moving this because I don't support the motion as it was written and articulated by Deputy Mayor Holliday, because I think our work is to end chronic homelessness, not simply to seek to make homelessness less visible, which is, as I understood very clearly from the questioning of Deputy Mayor Holliday, his intent. Homelessness and inequality is, I believe, among the biggest issues facing our city. And how we as governments collectively work to end homelessness and how we care for the most vulnerable is how we collectively, as all governments, are judged. And it's an issue it's an issue that I believe I was elected to work on, ending homelessness. Now, the context we find ourselves in this discussion today is one where we have, for far too many who are struggling, a housing crisis. Nearly 8,000 who are homeless every night, if not more, in our city. We also have, running concurrently with that, an overdose crisis, where 521 individuals in our city last year, 521 lost their lives to an opioid overdose. And we also have a pandemic which has exacerbated and aggravated both of those. And so our task in the face of that is to end chronic homelessness. That's not a slogan, it's not a tagline. In fact, it is a policy objective that is achievable when governments work together. Other countries have shown us it's achievable. Other cities in our own country have achieved it. Medicine Hat just earlier this week. And so that requires ending chronic homelessness and entrance into a shelter, a safe and dignified shelter environment, but importantly and critically, a pathway out. You know, I will tell you, I believe that in the last couple of years, as a city, we have made a really important shift from a focus on sheltering people who are homeless to ending chronic homelessness. We have, in recent years, made that shift. We've made that shift through the expansion of our shelter system, but also the provision of wraparound services within our shelter system. Harm reduction and health services funded by the city. This is provincial healthcare that we're funding. That's an important shift. The move to supportive housing, aggressive supportive housing targets, that's a really important shift. And I think, you know, this recent work to expand harm reduction in shelters, to acquire private properties for housing with the support of the federal government, to build rapidly modular housing with the support of the provincial and federal government, to repurpose parking lots for affordable housing. That's all important work in pursuit of the goal of ending chronic homelessness. And we need to continue to scale up, rapidly scale up that work and demand in partnership better and more from our government partners. Now, on this really difficult issue of encampments, I asked my questions quite deliberately of Dr. Davila around the health consequences associated with homelessness. There are negative health outcomes when you are homeless. The life expectancy of people who are homeless in our city is nearly 30 years less than the average individual. Mental health consequences of being homeless are severe, they're unacceptable. And so we as a city, as a society, as caring frickin' people, we need to take every action, every measurable action we can to provide safe indoor accommodations, not because it's the moral thing to do or the financially prudent thing to do, because it's how you take care of the health of our residents. My neighbors who live in tents, I want them inside because I'm worried about their health. But for our vulnerable population, for people who are living outside, we need to take every step and every action to build trust, to ensure that they feel comfortable and are able to come inside as well. That's my focus. To provide safe indoor spaces, to provide a pathway out of homelessness, and to create the conditions where individuals are willing to move inside, people who are struggling so that they'll come inside. We don't create those conditions by declaring ending encampments the goal. We create those conditions by stating ending homelessness is the goal.
5 seconds.
Our city has taken extraordinary steps in recent months and over the last year to open new facilities. There's much more work to be done. We need to push hard to do it, to get people inside, and we need to do that together and build trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holliday, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's I think it's technical in nature. I thought I heard Councillor Cressy say that he was attempting to amend my motion. It doesn't say that on the screen, so I just would like to have that clarity. I don't think he can actually amend it.
No, it's a separate motion, Councillor Holliday, separate motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and for clarity, Deputy Mayor, I asked the clerks whether I could amend your motion, and they stated it was my motion did not follow the intent of your motion, thus it needed to be moved separately. I did inquire to see if that was an option.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. I just want to address the washroom portion of this discussion in the parks and state that over the course of the last few weeks on very hot weekends, we've seen images of parks full of people being tweeted on social media, and then the content saying that the washrooms aren't open. When I saw that, I sent it to the head of parks, but that wasn't the only case. In the last 2 weeks, I've also had emails from people having the same experience in Alexander Muir Park, as well as Thorncliffe Park, not once, but twice. And not everybody is gone from the city on the weekends off to cottages. Some people use our parks as their backyards, particularly in Thorncliffe Park. So I think it's, this is an important discussion, but we also have to make sure that the washrooms we actually that are existing, that we own and that we run, are actually accessible, meaning unlocked. And I have shared those emails with very senior officials at City Hall, and they very quickly. I will say they were very responsive and acted quickly. But the unfortunate part is that they're locked in the first place on these hot weekends where people are looking for an opportunity to get outside, close to green space, and then access to facilities. So I just want to leave you with that I hope there'll be a greater effort on the behalf of parks to ensure that the washrooms we have currently, the existing, if you want to call it infrastructure, is accessible to the public around the clock in this times of COVID particularly, but it should be every spring and summer and fall, and possibly winter. But in these times of COVID, where people are desperate for outdoor activity, this is critically important. So that was my remark, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. In my questions of the city manager and senior staff, I asked about the city's capacity, and not just the city's, but the capacity all three governments have created to house people in the city of Toronto. And it's very obvious that not only in the present moment are we dramatically short, but given all the plans that have been approved so far, we're dramatically short for at least another year and a half. In fact, there's nothing I've seen anywhere that's come from any order of government that shows me the way out. I can't point to a document, a plan, a budget, a line item that says, here is the day when the city of Toronto will end homelessness. I don't see it. And some in this debate have tried to say that, the moment we're in where we can't see the light at the end of that tunnel has something to do with the pandemic. I don't believe that. I don't believe the pandemic created this crisis. I believe the pandemic has made it more urgent and more visible and has added complexity to the issue of inviting people indoors because of all the science around the additional risks in congregate settings. So yes, the pandemic has made things worse, but it is not the genesis of this problem. In the very first election for the amalgamated city, one of the candidates, the eventually successful candidate, Mel Lastman, said there is no homelessness in North York. And within a short period of time, a woman, Linda Houston, died in a North York gas station as a result of being out homeless on a cold night. This problem has been with us for a quarter century. And as the mayor points out when we debate homelessness, we've done a lot in this term of council, and we can't point to a term of council where the problem was solved. It's been present every year since amalgamation and going back further still. I would argue that it's been exacerbated by choices made by the federal government in the mid-90s to remove itself from creating affordable housing. Choices made by both the federal and provincial governments to download affordable housing onto municipal governments. Choices made more recently by the provincial government of Ontario to neglect its responsibilities in the area of housing, to neglect its responsibilities in the areas of mental health, to neglect its responsibilities in the area of homelessness generally. Yes, they've announced some things, but as city staff told you, what they've failed to announce is a permanent structure to provide the supports so that people who need assistance to maintain a household get that assistance. This is a structural problem. It's a structural problem which many of us on council have tried for years to address. We've tried to signal prior to the pandemic that there was a housing emergency in the city of Toronto. We were unable to persuade a majority of council to join us. We've tried motions to ask this council to support using the emergency powers that the federal and provincial government have for expropriation of vacant units and hotels to house people, and we've been unsuccessful. We've passed motions saying that let's make every dollar available to shelter housing and support staff and the affordable housing office staff to provide safe housing and shelter. And we continue to hear that despite those motions being passed, somehow administratively, we are not in a place where we can even point to the day when that goal will be achieved. This is a structural problem that we have to name and we have to shame. We have to say that the provincial government is negligent in this. We have to say, as good as the Rapid Housing Initiative is from the federal government, it's inadequate. And we have to say that we as a council have yet to dedicate the resources that would allow our affordable housing and shelter housing and support staff to house everyone in the city of Toronto. So we have a duty here too that we failed in. I want to devote my final few seconds though to talking about why I can't support Councillor Holliday's motion. I'll just draw a simple analogy. I support eliminating overcrowding in ICU units in hospitals across Ontario. But I don't support doing that by closing ICU units. I support doing that by ending the pandemic. Councillor Cressy's is the reasonable motion here. I asked Councillor Holliday specifically, does your motion mean ending homelessness? And he said no. So I can't support that approach. I don't support a golden day when suddenly the homeless disappear, where we have them, but they're not sleeping out of doors.
5 seconds.
It's a false choice, and I can't vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Perks, I wish I had given that speech. It was a very important speech that you just gave to this council, and I know that you have been involved in this issue along with many people for many years. This isn't a new issue. It's not new to many of us, but it is an ongoing, difficult issue for society, not just our city. It has been accelerated by COVID, and incredibly accelerated by COVID, by the requirements for social distancing, by people being worried about being in shelters. I think we all know people that are extremely worried about COVID. They don't go out. They're worried about doing anything, but they have a home. That same person doesn't have a home, and they're making choices based on looking after themselves. Choices that are difficult for others. But I just want to say today, Ms. Bedard told us that there are 35,000 people who are in arrears in 35,000 people. And wait for it, that's an explosion. There has been a moratorium on evictions. That's been lifted. Wait for it. We are going to be facing a tsunami of people who can't pay their rent, a tsunami of people who will join others who are homeless and on the street. It's just an incredibly difficult problem that that is not easily solved. It's not going away. We are working as hard as we can. We are doing the best that we can. We're trying as hard as we can. Of course, we can do more. But despite heroic efforts, hotels, respite centers, everything in trying to make life as easy as possible for those who found themselves in this circumstance, along with any of the ongoing problems that they might have that were the cause of them becoming homeless in the first place. It is really fighting a very big tide. So I just look at some of the efforts of the Housing Now, of trying to get inclusionary zoning, of all of the pressures that we've had, supportive housing, asking for that, pushing for that, having plans for that, but not having all the money for that. The city is being asked to be a heavy, heavy, heavy lifter. And I'm sorry to say that the other levels of government are not in the game to the same extent. For whatever reason, and I agree with Councillor Perks, it is structural. It's structural in the funding, it's structural in the importance. We are feeling the pressure at the city because wherever you are in our city, you're finding people who are in that circumstance where they simply don't have a home, and many people who don't want to go inside for all of the reasons that we've heard today. Councillor Perks talked about the early housing initiatives, and I often talk about the early in the mid-70s when the federal government had an amazing co-op housing plan. Thousands and thousands of units were built of co-op housing that still stand today. That fell apart. There isn't one now. We only, coming up shortly, we're getting 32 units of co-op housing at Don Somerville. It should be thousands of units. There should be a housing program to build and let people, unleash people to build housing. The housing that was built in the 70s it was built by people coming together in their churches, in their organizations, getting money and building places that exist today and still house people that are low income in our city. So I don't think we should miss the download of Toronto Community Housing, 56,000 units all coming to the city of Toronto, and how difficult that has been to, as a city, as a government that doesn't have its own power over all of the money and has to wait and beg for money from other levels of government, that has been very onerous. We are digging ourselves out constantly. This is part of a continuum. It's
5
not
seconds.
that there's a tent in one place. It's that we have this housing crisis, and I think looking at it structurally and approaching it that way is the most important thing we can do.
Thank you.
I don't see the clock.
Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I have a motion that I'd like to move, Speaker. The motion is that City Council direct the City Manager to review the emergency shelter and COVID response hotel program to ensure that it is as hospitable as possible for homeless residents, minimize denial of services, and create a sense of community while maintaining infection prevention and control protocols to protect against COVID outbreaks. Speaker, there's no doubt that this issue is a very difficult and complex issue. It's a societal issue that requires all of our efforts in order to address. I want to thank Mary Ann Bernard and the staff, and all the staff who are working in this very, very difficult area. I know that the staff are dealing with many, many different and difficult components of the challenges that faces them on a daily basis, and dealing with encampment, dealing with the issues of home spat upon. Some staff are being verbally abused and so on, while they're trying to do the best they can to assist in a very difficult situation. The challenge we have obviously stems from the lack of housing. I want to thank as well Deputy Mayor Bala, the great work that she's doing with respect to trying to find solution. Of course, the leadership of the mayor in bringing forward these concerns both to the provincial and federal government, indicating that we need resources to help and to provide an opportunity where we can design space, whether it be shelter or permanent housing, with wraparound services that are needed by those who are actually facing homelessness. Speaker, I will tell you that my first real exposure to this concept of homelessness occurred in about 1998 in San Francisco, where I was vacationing and staying at a hotel, and I was advised by the hotel staff as to what direction I should go and not go. And one of the direction was an area where there was a lot of homeless people and so on. And at the time, I wasn't really versed on this issue, and I ended up going into that area because I wanted to see, and it was an absolute sea of humanity, sea of people just living in just very poor conditions. And I know that at that time it had great impact. And at that time I hadn't experienced it in my own city of Toronto, but of course years later I did, and we do today. And it is still top of mind for me, wanting to ensure that we can do something about this. And I think that we're all using our best efforts to try our best to address these issues. I want to just address the issue, the motion by Councillor Cressy and Councillor Holiday. I'm going to be supporting both. Certainly I want to end homelessness in this city, and it is a goal that we really should be striving for. At the same time, Speaker, I also want to see an end with respect to the encampments in our park. I know, like many other councillors, we get a lot of calls from folks saying, look, what are you doing about this? And I think that we should do something about it. We're trying to put people into shelter. As we've learned from staff, we have taken about 1,700 people from the encampment since April of last year. When we put them into shelter, we provided assistance to them. We provided food and a variety of things that we need, mental health support and so on. And certainly those are the types of things that we should continue doing. I just wanted to add, Speaker, that I have some information that I think it's important for members of council to consider. If we look at Alexander Park, for example, as a place, we see there's about 100 structures there, yet there are 34 people. Trinity Bellwood, we have about 64 structures that are there and 12 people that are actually living there. Moss Park, a similar situation. There are 33 structures and 12 people. Staff are actually working to try to find accommodation for those particular individuals. So we seem to have more structures in our parks than there are actually people. And at the same time, we have those who are advocates saying, don't touch the structure, don't do anything, leave them alone. We actually need to create an opportunity where our parks are designed for what they're designed for people to utilize and to enjoy, not simply for people to create encampments. Just my final point with respect to the washrooms. I think the washrooms go beyond simply providing accommodation for people who are experiencing homelessness. There is a general need for washrooms in our park. I live, my house backs onto a ravine, Speaker, and I see people defecating in the ravine. We're responding, asking staff to deal with it because we don't have enough washroom facilities for people in general. I think there's a need. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, the last speaker would be Mayor Tory.
Well, Speaker, thank you. I've said a number of times, because I believe it, that we cannot have people living continuously in unsafe, unhealthy, and frankly illegal circumstances in parks. I don't think there are very many members of council who would actually disagree with that statement, and I know that the vast majority of people served agree with it. In fact, I find it interesting there are encampments in their own areas that have been in touch with my office, have expressed a desire to see us go beyond engagement, and that the encampments can't remain as is. And haven't heard much about that today. So the question really becomes when you take steps to address this continuous and often growing presence in our parks, and how you do it. And again, I think most people would agree and do agree with the city taking a gradual and reasonable approach. I've often called it compassionate and yet firm. Firm just in the sense that you are resolving to take some action and not just to leave the status quo to prevail. That's exactly what we've done. We're housing people, we're vaccinating people. Thousands of people have been vaccinated that work in the system. 50% of the people living in the shelter system have been vaccinated. We've made 19,000 visits, the staff, the streets to home staff, who are people that are deserving of the sainthood, to people experiencing homelessness, including hundreds in encampments, many of whom we've actually persuaded to accept one of the wide range of housing options that they offer to them, ranging all the way from safer shelters to hotel rooms to supportive housing to affordable housing. A big effort is underway to improve and other things in the shelters to make them safer. There is, as of this moment, one outbreak in a single shelter. We have a supportive housing effort, which a number of people have acknowledged, that is underway now with the other governments, and has produced supportive homes in months, not years. I've taken a very active personal role in that, as the mayor should do. It's a concentrated effort, I think the likes of which the city has not seen before. All of this has met with some success. Some 1,600 encampment residents have been successfully persuaded to accept indoor housing options. We've helped more than 5,500 people experiencing homelessness to move into permanent housing. But what to do with those who remain, and what to do with the tents and other structures that are unsafe, unhealthy, and illegal, which remain in public parks even after all of these efforts. And as has been pointed out, others have had to grapple with this before, perhaps not to the extent that we have to, but we have to deal with it. But you know, as Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson was just talking about, we have the situation that I find most frustrating, in that we get, frankly, no help from members of council, and none whatsoever from those involved in advocating, to address the fact that there are 34 people but 100 structures in Alexandra Park. There are in Trinity Bellwoods 12 people and 64 structures. In Moss Park, there are 12 people and 33 structures. Why can't we act on the unsafe, empty, unhealthy, illegal, empty structures? Why can't we act in that regard, with the full cooperation, as has been said by others, of everybody working together? Because protesters have determined that they get to decide which tents remain there indefinitely, including their contents, where we offered to store, allow people to have a chance to come and read later. The contents have often been to include propane tanks, combustible materials, and other things which have led to encampment fires so far this year. When asked what they want to see beyond offers of shelter space, TCHC apartments, affordable housing, supportive housing, all of which we're doing with food and other supports, expanded other supports, they really have no answer other than to say people have the right to tent in public parks, and the tents should just stay there as storage units or in case somebody else comes along. And in the meantime, we should consult and study as the encampments remain unsafe, unhealthy, and illegal. I respectfully disagree with that. I will lead the city administration, as I have been doing, with help, great help, wonderful help from Deputy Mayor Bylaw and the city staff, in doing groundbreaking work on supportive housing and supports for people who are experiencing homelessness. And we will continue to act in a compassionate way. I will lead, as I have, in getting the other governments to support that work to the best extent that I possibly can. But the firm way, and frankly the compassionate way too, says those encampments cannot remain without being acted upon indefinitely in public parks, which are not meant for unsafe, unhealthy structures, and which are meant for the use of all residents of the city of Toronto, including some summer activities we've just announced, summer camps and other kinds of things. So I think we have to move forward with that gradual and reasonable process, which by definition includes the city taking up its responsibility of continuing to offer the widest possible array of supportive and other indoor housing for people who are in encampments. We're certainly making the investments that we should continue to make in that regard as a city, but I think they would expect to see us do everything we can to make sure those public spaces remain public spaces for everyone, and protect our staff, and make sure that we can make every possible effort on behalf of people who are experiencing homelessness. But at the bottom line, the encampments are unsafe, they are unhealthy, they are illegal, and as the Toronto Star said, a terrible form of housing. Those who are opposed to moving forward from the status quo, I say respectfully, have offered no reasonable answers at all with respect to this, other than more talk and the maintenance of the status quo. Some of them even writing emails around saying that we should do something about the encampments. Well, I agree with them. Finally, on motions, Speaker, and my clock went off, so I don't know how much time I have left, probably almost none. But Councillor Layton's motion, Councillor Matlow's motions, his motions in their entirety, and Councillor Layton's second motion asked for more reports and more consultations. I don't think they make our parks safer for anyone or create more or better housing. I believe that Deputy Mayor Thompson's motion continues the massive work underway to keep people safe in our shelters and to make sure that our parks are safe for everyone. I will support both the motions of Deputy Mayor Holliday and Councillor Cressy. I do not believe failing to act on encampments indefinitely represents any kind of compassionate approach for those who are experiencing homelessness, nor is it fair and considerate to all of the other people who have want to have the opportunity to use those parks and public spaces as well. Those are my comments, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Matlow.
Speaker, before we go to voting, I have a point of order.
Point of order?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, during his remarks, Councillor Cressy said that he had attempted to amend Councillor Holliday's motion, but was told that by substituting the word eliminate homeless for encampment, that was out of order. I just want to confirm that decision was taken because that amendment would have been considered contrary to what Councillor Holliday was doing.
Correct.
So to be very precise, Councillor Holliday's motion, it is contrary to Councillor Holliday's motion to say we want to eliminate homelessness.
Yeah, well, Councillor Cressy's motion is a separate motion. It's not amending Councillor Holliday's motion.
But Councillor Cressy said he was told he couldn't move it as an amendment because saying eliminating homelessness would be contrary to eliminating encampments.
And as well as it's my understanding that Councillor Holliday would not accept that as an amendment. If I'll have the clerk just comment on it.
It's not about friendly or not friendly. I just want to understand that the reason why we as council were not allowed to vote to amend Councillor Holliday's motion to put the word homeless in instead of the word encampment is because you have ruled that eliminating homelessness is contrary to eliminating encampments.
Yeah. Okay, if I could, thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
The clerk would just like to comment on that.
Madam Speaker, my advice to you would be that it does not have to do with the substance of the motions. The principle here is that the deletion and replacement of a term procedurally that was proposed procedurally was contrary to the member's original intent, and therefore if one does not support the original motion, then the option of council is to vote against it. So was not advice provided to you on the syntax or the grammar or the substance of what those words mean. It was merely procedural advice to you. So in my view, Madam Speaker, both motions can stand and be voted upon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order?
Yes, point of order. Councillor Holliday.
If both propositions, maybe it's a question, can both propositions then be voted upon?
We just said that. Both motions.
Point is, if they're
both motions could be
they're not,
voted
so they're
on.
not contrary.
No,
So
both
they're not
motions can
contrary
be
to each other.
voted on. That's what the clerk just commented.
Madam Speaker, I would just add, the amendment was contrary to the intent of the mover, not contrary in a grammatical sense or in a definitional sense. So the full statement there is that an amendment would have been contrary to the intent of the mover.
Okay, now let's just continue because right now I do have questions for the mayor. Councillor Matlow, you have questions to the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Mayor Tory, through you, just a couple of questions. Mayor Tory, you just advised council that you're not going to be supporting my motion. Do you not believe individuals who are saying that they do not feel safe in our shelter system and are choosing to live outside due to that fact? And can you name a single item in my motion that hasn't been a reasonable request from advocates who are asking for these questions to be answered, and or any one of them that the general manager of SSHA hasn't said that she is happy to work on to make a more welcome, healthier, and safe system? In other words, what is your problem with the motion?
I think, Mr. through you, Speaker, and can you hear me? Because I know my screen is frozen up.
Yeah.
Am I able?
We can hear you.
I believe, Speaker, as I said, thank you. I just said, what I said was that I believe that Deputy Mayor Thompson's motion, which deals in a broader way and doesn't get into the particular degree of specificity that your motion does, is a better way to continue the huge amount of work that we're doing in a number of these areas. In fact, I would say all of them. We're doing work, and this very same staff that told you that, in fact, it is their responsibility to make sure that all these things have been getting done as opposed to will be done. And so I just think Deputy Mayor Thompson's motion is a better way to achieve that, and so I'm voting for his.
Mayor Tory, are you aware, though, if indeed Deputy Mayor Thompson's motion is designed to be more general and supplant the motion that I put on the table, do you recognize a significant difference is that the reason that mine is more detailed is because it's been done in consultation with those who are working in the ground, working with both shelter clients and people in the encampments, and in consultation with Marianne Bedard and her team, and arriving at a place that we could actually arrive at a resolution. Whereas I expect that, and I ask you if you're aware that if we, in my subjective view, if it is watered down with a motion that doesn't get into these specifics, the reaction on the ground will be nothing but resolution, but actually a feeling of betrayal and not trusting this system to really want to work with them, and the earnest concerns that they're bringing to our attention. Do you have any concern about that ramification? I don't believe they were consulted about Councillor Thompson's motion at all.
Well,
Councillor Matlow, please. Go ahead, Mayor.
Madam Speaker, I actually don't believe that because
I'm sorry, Mayor, you're cutting off, so maybe if you can shut off your video.
Madam Speaker, I don't accept the notion that because we don't vote for a motion moved by Councillor Matlow or anybody else, and based on his assertion that he's making that this is based on things that have been Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Can I be heard, Speaker, right now or not?
I can hear you now. But
I'm happy to phone in.
there seems to be a problem today.
No, we can hear you.
No, but the mayor is cutting off. Okay, Mayor, do you want to see if you can try it again?
Well, yeah, I said that about you.
No, you've been cut off.
You've heard of bad hair days? We're having a bad tech day.
If I can ask members.
I'll ask if you can hear me right now.
We can hear you now, yes. Okay, if you can just give us a few seconds, please. We're going to ask the mayor to reconnect.
Madam Speaker, I don't need to ask my question.
Okay, we'll wait until the mayor reconnects.
Speaker, could I ask for recorded votes while we're waiting, when we get to voting on the motions?
Yes.
Is that any better, Speaker?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I'll try then. I heard the question from Councillor Matlow, and I'm prepared to answer if that's where you'd like to pick up.
Yes, please.
So I have great difficulty accepting the fact that because I don't accept a motion moved by any councillor, this one or any other one, which he claims comes directly from the advocates, and he's just really cut and pasted what they said, and that because I don't vote that I'm betraying the homeless people. I don't accept that. I mean, I find Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson's motion a better way that doesn't constrain what we're doing. It says we're going to keep on with the efforts we've been making. I say without any fear of contradiction, that probably in terms of dealing with issues like supportive housing and finding better answers than simply auditing and studying things we've been doing early, that there is no mayor in recent times who's done more than I have as a leader, with the help of the Deputy Mayor bylaw and others, to address as quickly as we can supportive housing, even in the last few weeks, making the shelters safer in terms of the efforts we've made on disinfection and vaccination and all those kinds of things. And so I just can't accept the fact, Speaker, that because I won't vote for, or I say I don't intend to vote for, a motion moved by this councillor and instead intend to vote for one moved by the Deputy Mayor, that I'm betraying homeless people. I think it's a preposterous assertion.
No one is suggesting that you're
Councillor
betraying.
Matlow, sorry, you're up. Your time is up. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, motions on the screen. CC 34.1, recorded vote. It's a motion by Councillor Matlow, CC 34.1.
Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 10-16.
Okay, the next motion. Motion 2 by Councillor Layton. Motion's on the screen.
Can we separate that, Madam Speaker?
To 1 and 2. Okay, so part 4 of the motion is out of order because that portion was voted on during the budget meetings and we adopted it. in February. Okay, so there's been a request for separate vote.
I'd like to challenge the chair on that ruling.
Okay, the chair has been challenged. Recorded vote.
Chair, just explain the vote, please.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Around the challenge.
I'm ruling part 4 out of order because that item was dealt with in February during the budget process. So I'm ruling that portion 4 out of order, and Councillor Perks is challenging me.
For clarity, we're
Speaker,
voting
can I just ask for
to
further
uphold the
clarification,
chair?
please?
Okay, one at a time, please. I'm sorry?
I'd like clarification, if you would clarify for members, please. To vote yes, you're upholding the chair. To vote no, you're voting against the chair. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, recorded vote.
Just quickly again, is a vote yes is a vote in favor of the challenge or in favor of
If you
upholding
vote,
the chair?
if you vote yes, you're voting for me.
Voting for you, okay.
For your ruling.
All right.
I was just joking.
Okay, okay.
Make it clear.
Councillor Wong-Tam, are you present and voting? If you could indicate if you're present. Yes, thank you. Speaker, the chair is upheld. The vote is 21-5.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motion back on the screen, and there's been a request for a separate vote on 1, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. The motion carries. The vote is 24-1.
Oh, I made a mistake on that one. Can I change my vote? Sorry. Can I have a motion to reopen, please?
I'll move to reopen.
Thank you. Recorded vote. I apologize.
Just stand by, members. We're just opening the vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
I'd like to vote in the affirmative. I can't see my screen anymore.
Thank you.
So if you can just, thank you.
Part 1 of motion 2 carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Part 2. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. Just stand by. Voting panel is now open, Madam Speaker. Councillor Bradford, please, and Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Wong-Tam, thank you. Just waiting for Councillor Bradford, please.
Point of order, please. Speaker,
Yes?
on my screen, it shows that I'm being asked to vote for number 1. I thought we already voted for number 1. 2 came up, but it's been removed.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
voting.
it's coming back now.
We're voting
On number 2, correct?
Yes, we're voting on 2.
On 2.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My screen is just going funny here, Speaker. It's been a strange day for technology.
Yes, we have some challenges today. Apologize for that, but
Yes.
the staff are doing their best.
Part 2 of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Appreciate it.
Part 2 of the motion does not carry. The vote is 9-17.
Okay, part 3.
Is 3 redundant? Because it relates to 2 and 2. Point of order, Madam Chair?
Yes, just
Is
one
3
moment.
redundant?
Just one moment, please.
Thank you.
Yes, it is redundant.
Thank you.
It's not on the screen, but Okay, let's put the next motion on the screen. Motion 3 by Councillor Bailao. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. And Councillor Robinson, please. Thank you. Motion 3 carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay, thank you. Next motion. Motion 4 by Councillor Wong Tam. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, we've lost your tile, so I just want to make sure, are you present and voting? One last call. Councillor Matlow, are you able to connect by audio? Madam Speaker, as you can see, Councillor Matlow's connection has been lost. We have not received a vote.
Okay.
So we'll
just
close the vote.
Yeah. He's not there. He's not there.
Motion 4 carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, next motion. Motion 5 by Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, are you present and voting? Again, Madam Speaker, I can see that Councillor Matlow's connection has been lost.
Okay, let's continue, please.
Motion 5 carries. The vote is 18-7.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Counselor Cressy. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Motion 6 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Next motion by Counselor Thompson. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Matlow, your vote, please. Speaker, motion 7 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, so item CC 34.1 as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Ford, please. Councillor Ford, please, your vote. Speaker, the item as amended carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Thank you. We'll now go to, we'll now go to GL 23.13. If we can put the motions on the screen.
Recorded, please.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, please.
Yes, yes, Councillor Holliday, point of order.
I had thought that Councillor Fillion's amendment was material to this, in that it needs to go first because it would require staff to seek authority for the second year, unless I've got that mistaken.
I was just asking that same question to the clerk. But because the item is here without a recommendation from committee, so we vote on Councillor Ainsley's motion first and then Councillor Filion. I asked a similar question, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. So motion is on the screen by Councillor Ainsley.
Ask for a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Councillor Perks, please. Motion 2 carries, Speaker. The vote is 19-7.
Councillor Filion's motion.
Isn't this redundant?
I would think mine is redundant.
Yeah, it's redundant.
Redundant is dead.
It's not.
It comes back in a year and we debate it then.
It's not redundant. Councillor Filion's motion is on the screen.
Sorry, Speaker, it's Councillor Perks. I hate to do this. I need to get some advice from the clerks on the effect of this motion now, because it was moved before we had the staff recommendations in front of us. And in the speech Councillor Filion gave, the impression I got was we vote for Councillor Filion and that sets up a 1-year contract. Now my understanding is we've just voted for a 2-year contract and the effect of Councillor Filion's is to reduce that with a second kick at it. I need advice from the staff to understand.
Okay, the wording of the motion is prior to, because Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong had asked the same question when the motion was moved, that prior to the renewal for the second year of the contract, to seek authority for the renewal of the second request is required, so it comes back to committee. Did you want to comment? If I can have the clerk comment.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The motion we just voted on makes a 2-year award of a contract with a 1-year option to renew. I think it's implied that the option to renew is at the discretion of staff. What Councillor Filion's motion would do, if adopted, is require the staff to report for council, or at least committee's consideration, before opting into the second year of the contract.
Thank you so much. That sorts it out.
I'm fine with. Okay, so if I could just clarify, so regardless of what happens with mine, Councillor Ainsley stands, correct?
Yes. So, yes, and that's, and when the Councillor Filion, when Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong asked you that question, it was very clear when you responded. So the Councillor Ainsley's motion is that it's a 2-year contract and that the staff has the discretion to renew for a year. Your motion is that staff come back to committee prior to for the additional year for approval.
Yes, but Councillor Ainsley's has already passed giving the discretion to staff. So I really don't understand why mine
You can't
isn't
suck and blow at
redundant.
the same time here.
Okay, please, one at a time. The clerk has explained it.
Madam Speaker, in my opinion, both motions can stand if this motion carries, Councillor by Councillor Filion carries, it in effect amends the previous decision. The reason why the votes were called in this order is because there were no motions on the floor when we started the debate on this item, because no motions passed at committee. And so as a result, this could not, Councillor Fillion's motion could not be treated as an amendment because there was no motion on the floor. So there are two motions. If they both pass, this has the effect of placing a condition on the exercise of the discretion that's contained in Councillor Ainsley's motion. If this fails, there is no limit on the exercise of that discretion.
With council's permission, Madam Speaker, I would withdraw this motion because I moved it in a different context.
I'd like to vote on it.
Madam Speaker,
Yeah, I don't.
could I get the clerk's...
You
point
can't,
of order,
sorry.
Speaker?
Yeah, Mayor Tory. Yeah, Mayor Tory? Mayor Tory?
Well, I was just going to say, I for one am quite happy with the... you can't hear me now, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Yes, I can, yes.
Could I just get some clarification? I, for one, would like to vote on this one because I simply think for it to come back so we can assess the situation with the washrooms would be a prudent thing for us to do in respect of both the service to people, but also the taxpayers' money.
Yes, and I agree because that's the reason why I voted for the other motion. So.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, so, I mean, Councillor Ainsley is asking to withdraw, so we'll have to take a recorded vote on that. I mean, sorry.
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Filion wants to withdraw.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of order.
No, please, let me finish. Sorry, it wasn't Councillor Ainsley, it was Councillor Filion. So we will vote on Councillor Filion request to withdraw the motion. We'll have a recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Speaker, the motion to withdraw carries. The vote is 14-12.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I've been asking for a point of order for quite some time.
Yeah,
I'm having trouble.
Just one moment. It's because we were in the middle of a vote, Councillor Carroll. Okay, Councillor Carroll, your point of order.
No,
Sorry.
I actually asked for it before the vote. I was trying to interject before Councillor Filion even withdrew his motion. In any case, if I could just have that point of order now.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, point of order.
Madam Speaker, if I could just ask for your ruling, because this could arise in any contract. Could I just have a ruling? If council votes for a contract of a certain term, is it not entirely in order for another councillor to move getting a progress report midpoint through that contract to a committee? That is a motion in order, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Thanks for your ruling.
Okay, I heard somebody else had a point of order. I mean, the motion got lost, so the motion is withdrawn.
Madam Speaker, I did raise a point of order, and I'd like to reconsider the previous item.
Councillor Holliday, point of order.
Well, I'd like to reconsider the previous item. I'll take your guidance on whether the council procedures allow us to do that. I know that we do take revotes from time to time. The situation has changed.
Okay, so there's a vote. Okay, just one sec. Okay, if I can have a member that voted yes to move that we can reopen. Motion to. Okay,
Sorry to do this to you. What are we reopening? Could you be a little clear on that for me, please? Thank you.
we'll put it on the screen. Can we put it on the screen what we're reopening?
The withdrawal motion? I think I'd like to know what we're reopening before we simply agree in a hand vote to reopen that.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, can you please give us a minute, please? Thank you.
I am, definitely. I'm just giving you my attention, Speaker. I'm not trying to interfere. Thank you.
Okay, so what Councillor, just so we can get it all sorted out, what Councillor Holiday is asking that we reopen the vote that we took on Councillor Ainsley's motion. So we need a member of council that voted yes on Councillor Ainsley's motion to reopen his motion. Because Councillor Holiday voted in the negative.
Madam Speaker, on the point of order, just for the minutes of the meeting,
Yes?
my request to reopen the item is in consideration that Councillor Fillion's motion was removed from the floor, and that would have prejudiced the member's position on the previous vote. And so therefore, I believe it is in council's interest to have an opportunity to recast a vote, knowing that Councillor Fillion's motion has now been removed.
No, I understand, Councillor Holiday. So we need a member of council that voted yes to reopen for reconsideration. Councillor McKelvey. Councillor McKelvey is moving to reopen. Yeah, recorded vote.
Sorry, okay. Speaker,
Yes.
just prior to,
Yes,
just want to make sure, I just want to make sure this came without recommendation. Came without recommendation. If it reopens and fails, then there's no contract. I just have to have the clerk be clear with that, please.
Yes.
If we reopen this and then vote and Councillor Ainsley's motion fails, technically there would be no contract of any kind. I would just like it, yes, thank you. So I will not reopen that.
The reason for Councillor Holiday asking to reopen is because Councillor Fillion withdrew his motion.
The effect of reopening and getting a negative vote on Councillor Ainsley's motion would be to deny any contract of any kind. And I think that council needs to be clear when we're voting. That's how, thank you. Thank you so much, thank you.
Okay, so.
On the motion to reconsider, Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Mantis, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, please. The motion to reconsider the previous vote on Councillor Ainsley's motion does not carry. The vote is 12-14.
Now we go to the next motion. Motion 3 by Councillor Wong-Tam. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
Councillor Holliday, we're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Holliday.
I believe it affects the vote, but I'll take your guidance.
But we've already voted.
Councillor Cole, please. Motion 3 carries unanimously. Speaker, 26 in favor.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I'll try my point of order now.
Councillor Holliday.
I wondered if you could rule on this motion. My understanding is that the contract that was before us contained pricing structure. And if council gives direction to change this format of washrooms to accessible ones, may I have your ruling as to whether or not that can even happen now that we've fixed the contract with the previous vote?
Point.
Okay, I'm sorry. I really can't rule on that. I don't know. I mean, I think the staff are going to report back on that. I think that's when that question was asked. Staff indicated they will report back. When Councillor Wong Tam asked the question to staff. Okay, let's.
Madam Speaker, perhaps I can, I apologize, perhaps I can help. Staff did provide me with the information. It was just around the same time as the motion was being moved. And they have made provisions for all accessible washrooms, which was great. So it seems to me all good news all around.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're done with the item? Okay, thank you. I guess now we'll go to the second key item, the mayor's key item, which is IE 22.13 on mechanical sidewalk winter maintenance trial. Questions to staff? Do we have any questions? Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. My apologies, I don't have my notes quite in front of me here, so I'll go by memory. In the staff report, through you to, hopefully we've got the General Manager of Transportation handy and available on the call.
Hi, Deputy Mayor, I'm here.
Thank you. Can you tell me what the staff implication is? What is the number of staff that are required to respond to this direction to commence snow clearing in the inner core areas?
Thank you. Yes, so it's 174 staff in 2 shifts, and we would be looking to bring a partnership with other city divisions that also have 416 represented staff so that we could do a seasonal approach for staff that are already working in the summertime that could then pick up the rest of the year and do the winter. So we're in conversations with our partners in other divisions, in parks and solid waste and water, and we'll continue those conversations as we move forward.
What is the standby pay arrangements for those individuals?
I'm going to have to ask Vince to answer that question.
Through the speaker. So we will require to have standby staff on the weekends. So during the week, we will, as the general manager indicated, Barbara, that we'll have 2 shifts. A shift that will begin in the morning and then early afternoon, and then begin at mid-afternoon to overnight. But during the weekends, we will require some standby in the event that there will need to be an activation either Saturday or Sunday.
And so during the week, we will have the staff on payroll, then I take it. So they won't be on standby, they will be paid to be at the ready, 174 of them.
Correct, Councillor. So as the general manager indicated, 2 shifts, 87 per shift. So that's where we get the 174. If there's a need to go beyond their normal shift hours, then we'll request for some overtime during the week. But the standby will be strictly just for the weekends.
And
I think I was just going to add, Deputy Mayor, that there's other duties that these staff can also perform. Because as you know, we only activate; they would only be needed for snowplow duties when there's sufficient thresholds and a level net of snow and ice. And so there are other duties that we perform during the year, during the winter, that staff would support when they were not doing snow duty.
But are they doing those activities now?
No, we don't have those staff now.
I see.
Right.
And how many months does this run?
So we will begin the winter sidewalk activation in mid-November, and it will continue to the first week of April.
Am
So it's
I
about
correct
22, 23 weeks.
I understand there are a number of plow operators, nurse trucks, I think they're called, and then I guess there'll be some others that would be involved with respect to staff. Is it fair to say that generally on a beat, it's two staff members?
So through the chair, you'll have an operator of the plow, and what we'll also have is accompanying nurse trucks, and it'll be approximately 1 nurse truck for every 3 to 4 plows. And in the nurse truck, you will have a driver and then also a support. And they'll be supporting the operator of the plow with replenishing the salt capacity of the machine, but also dealing with those areas that still are pinch points, where we still are unable to mechanically clear the snow. They'll in fact be able to address those areas.
Okay, so at 1.5 or more staff persons per beat, can you give me a comparison of the relative efficiency of the operation in comparison to where we find it in other parts of the city, where you've got 1 operator, 1 plow, and that covers a certain area, so many square meters of plow overnight or whatever it is? Can you give me a comparison of the efficiency of each of those operations compared to each other?
So we are essentially replicating what the contractors provide in the areas of the city where mechanical sidewalk clearance is currently undertaken, where you have a plow operator and you also have nurse truck support. So we are essentially replicating what currently occurs across the entire city.
Madam Speaker, may I ask that the staff continue with the answer of the question, though, just with respect to efficiency of comparing the 2 operations?
So through the chair, sorry, go ahead.
That was your last question, Councillor Holiday. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
So if I may, it's really difficult to do a comparative efficiency analysis simply because the sidewalks in the suburban areas are extremely different than those within the downtown areas where we did the trials. They are wider, there are less obstacles, less challenges in the suburban areas where mechanical clearance is currently provided. So you have an opportunity to clear more kilometers in the suburbs, whereas opposed to the city core, there's more challenges. The operator will have to go a little bit slower than what we do in the suburbs, and there just has to be a greater need with respect to the obstacles, the on-street parking, the encroachments. So while it's hard to do a apple-to-apple comparison because of the geographical characteristics that are different between the 2 areas of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a question. I know that there were a number of town hall meetings, and if you can just update us on these town hall meetings, and if you had a good turnout and positive comments from the public on the number of meetings that were held citywide?
Yes, to you, Speaker, I'll start. We actually conducted 4 public meetings. We had, in addition to excellent attendance from the public, we also had a number of councillors who participated. Let's see, we mailed out about 143,000 notices to residents in 11 wards, along with emails. We had 307 residents that participated in the 4 events, either online or by phone. And fielded over 160 questions and comments during that time frame. So I think the feedback that we generally got was that people appreciated those events. They appreciated the opportunity to ask and have their questions answered directly by staff, and it was a very positive outcome.
Okay, thank you. And to staff, just one question. I know that at the public meetings, and I asked that question as well, is when you do the street snow removal and then the sidewalks, are we going to try to coordinate the timing of that? Because the problem in some areas is that the sidewalk snow removal will be early in the morning, and then the plow comes later and plows all the snow back on the sidewalks. So are we going to look at this new contract on timing the two?
To you, Speaker, yes, we will do it. We'll endeavor to do our best to time that. I mean, I think it's important to note that on sidewalks, especially for this trial, we tend to go out sooner than we would do on the streets. So we go out at 2 centimeters of snow on the ground. And again, one of the benefits of having additional staffing in the nurse trucks is that they can help and assist to go back. Especially, we heard from people at the public meetings concerns about the areas at the corners where there was often snow that got pushed back onto the sidewalk after the plows went through. So there'd be some ability to assist there as well.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Yes, thank you. Just getting back just to noodle the questions that Councilor Quality was asking. How much does it cost per kilometer to clear the sidewalks? How much will it cost in the old city?
Per kilometer. Yeah, I'm sure that we have it broken down by kilometers. Deputy Mayor, I mean, I can tell you the total cost, which is not the question that you asked, so I'll have to follow up with you afterwards. But the total cost would be a one-time operating capital cost of $5.3 million in equipment that we have available in our Fleet Replacement Reserve Fund, and then approximately $4 million annually in operating for staff, overtime and standby expenditures. Most of which we'd be able to absorb this year because of the light winter season, but it would be an ongoing cost. So I don't know if, let me see if there's any more information on.
Barbara, if I may.
Yeah, please do.
If I may.
No.
So we currently pay about $24 million a year for our current sidewalk contracts. So that's all 15 contracts that services mechanically the city sidewalks. And that services approximately 6,000 kilometers of sidewalks. So if you just try to do it per kilometer, that would be approximately $4,000 per kilometer in the current contracts.
But you don't have the. You can't give me a number. You can't give us a number for downtown.
Well, for the downtown, as Barbara indicated, it will cost us about $4 million in salaries annually.
How many kilometers?
Downtown, it would be approximately just over 1,100 kilometers that we'll be able to do mechanically.
1,100 for $4 million.
Correct.
plus capital.
For staff costs.
For staff costs. The capital will be approximately $250,000 amortized over 15 years.
You think those machines are going to last you 15 years?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they do have a legacy of lasting that long. So actually, I just did the math, and the cost per kilometer is actually less expensive to do the downtown as opposed to our current contract.
How do you get there?
So as I indicated, it's $24 million right now for us to pay for the sidewalk machines across the city. That's for the 6,000 kilometers. And that costs us $24 million. That's per kilometer, that's about $4 million. Now, with respect to the expansion, you're looking at approximately $4.3 million per year, and divided by the 1,100 kilometers takes you about $3,600 per kilometer. So it is comparable to what we would be paying a contractor.
All right. You haven't put in the operating costs of the vehicle, like maintenance and all that sort of stuff, have you?
That's included with the maintenance and the capital for the amortization of the equipment.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for questions. We'll now go to speakers. Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, I think, Speaker, this is something whose time has, even if the answer had been different, but at the end of the day, if you look back at the reasons why we didn't do this before, it was, and perhaps it was about cost, but really it was about whether we had equipment that was appropriate to be able to do this work. And the equipment has become available in relatively recent times. We did the right and responsible thing by having a pilot project to see to what extent that equipment could clear most of the sidewalks in the so-called downtown, in the area that wasn't receiving sidewalk snow clearing. And we found that it was overwhelmingly successful, that it could do, I think the number is 91% of those sidewalks. And now we're proceeding to do what is fair and what is right. In that, you either decide to do one or the other. You either decide to take it away from all the people who have it, or you decide to give it to everybody. And in fact, the cost of adding it on a per kilometer basis seems to be less than it is in the rest of the city where they've had this for years. And all that was missing was the equipment, the right equipment to be able to do this, and a plan. And if you think back, I think the reason this was so right and so responsible to do the pilot and to do this way, even though there was some criticism directed at me and others who wanted to do it this way, is that the alternative of those who wanted to do it faster and sooner was, I think, to have squads of people doing this manually, which would have had a much higher cost. In fact, the cost cited was way higher than we're going to face in doing this. And the fact is we have an aging society where we want more people, regardless of their age, to be out and able to get some exercise and get some fresh air, and this is regardless of COVID, that if we want the same people to be safe, including in particular those with differing abilities or those who have young people with strollers and so on, then this is the right thing to do. And it is contingent upon, I think one of the questions I believe was asked by Deputy Mayor Holliday, which is that we have a schedule that, or maybe it was Speaker Nunziata, we have a schedule that makes sure that these snow clearing operations happen in a timely manner. But I must say, I think it's worked fairly well in the vast majority of the city where they've had this service for a number of years. So I'm proud of the fact that as a council and as city staff, we have gone and done the homework. We have found the equipment that works. We have tested it. We have found a workaround for the limited areas of sidewalks that do not avail themselves to have this equipment on it because of hydro poles and other kinds of encumbrances. And that, by the way, is going to be to use the people who are on the trucks that come around and fill salt dispensers in the back of the to clear the areas but it's a limited where there's an obstruction. This issue are put in the safest possible in terms of the clearing of the snow. Choice everybody that they all went out and cleared their own snow. Seniors and accepted program, or we did what we're doing. And I think what we're doing now in the context that the city had before, we found equipment that can do it effectively and efficiently. So I commend this matter to people. Speaker, I think it's good news. I think it is something that whose time has come, as I said at the outset. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that this is a really interesting and important piece of public policy and services, and really is at the heart of what we do as a council. And these are debates I like to have, but I am going to offer a dissenting opinion on what's before us. I'm not going to support it, but I'm going to provide a couple of reasons or things to think about over time. I asked the question not about cost, but about efficiency. And if you sift through the numbers in the report, and even according to staff, it is a lot of work to go through these routes. They're different. They're different than what you find in other parts of the city, and they're more labor intensive. That's what they said. So the report wasn't crystal clear on what those standards are about how quickly snow will be removed. I'm going by memory here, but I believe it said it could take up to 72 hours. We know out in the suburbs that it does take a while for the plow to come by after a major storm event. So I don't know what's going to happen in the inner core, if they're going to take even longer or have to put even more resources into it. So that is yet to be seen. It was only a small trial window. But I would suggest to members of council that they think carefully about what it is, the outcome that they're trying to achieve. And is that clear sidewalks as quickly as possible? Because it seems to me that the current system, although it's not perfect and not everybody lives up to the expectations, people get out there and they clear the snow in front of their own properties fairly quickly and efficiently. And, that's on a general basis. As I said, nobody's perfect everywhere. But I wonder if when people get up in the morning, the sidewalks are clear and they're able to walk along the street and proceed to work. And things are different when you now rely on a service that is put through a process that's described in here. And maybe people will need to wait longer for the snow to be clear. So when they get up to go to work in the morning, they will continue to have to trudge through snow, and maybe it will be that way until the end of the following day. Maybe on a large storm event, it could take a couple of days. That again is yet to be seen. And the last, I think, a point of thought is why now? I guess you can do this anytime, but we do have financial challenges that are before us as a result of COVID. We know that that is going to be a very difficult debate to go through over the next period of time. This is $5 million in capital and $4 million of operating. And that's $4 million that we know about today. But it seems to me that all of this snow gets cleared at a cost of $0 to the taxpayer. I appreciate the comments of the mayor about being equal with services across the city. Those are all very, very valid points. But in the context of the timing, we will make it through another winter under the current status quo if we had to, without adding an additional service in the city. And that would be $9 million more that we have to work with to deal with whatever financial pressures we have coming forward. And, I wish we could have this debate in another day in another context. But I will offer those thoughts for members of council and perhaps some explanation as to why I'm voting against this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Well, with the exception, perhaps, admittedly, of Councillor Holliday, I expect most of you are supporting our request to have equitable and safe sidewalk snow clearing across Toronto. And I believe you're going to do so because you believe in the safety of everyone in our city and in equity, and also the necessity for people of every ability and disability to be able to get around our city. There have been neighborhoods in Midtown and downtown Toronto for many years, along with parts of East York and York, that have not equitably received the same service as other parts of the city. And the consequence of that is that whether you are a senior with mobility challenge, whether you are a young parent pushing a stroller, whether you are a middle-aged person or of any age in a wheelchair, it means that your city is not accessible to you. There have been times when Molly was younger that I remember literally walking into a live lane of traffic, pushing a stroller, because I could not get through the mountains of snow on the sidewalk. A lot of Toronto residents are really good about clearing the snow, but if just one isn't, or let's say a school or an apartment block, that can make or break the safety and the accessibility of that entire street. Seniors, yes, have traditionally received a service, but we can't always assume that a senior just wants to walk to the end of their walk and back. They want to get somewhere and get home safely too. Toronto residents live in the core of our city, but they also live in Scarborough and Etobicoke and North York, and they visit family and friends, go to employment and go to school in every part of the city too. In other words, we are all trying to get somewhere throughout the winter, and we all want it to be safe and accessible. And this pandemic has taught us that, especially at a time when there's nothing else to do. The movie theaters have been closed, everything's been shut down. We've actually found that walking or rolling in a wheelchair has been an opportunity for us to get exercise, to reflect, and to be out in a world when we've been having to be hunkered down at home for necessary reasons. We recognize why it's important to be safe and have our sidewalks navigable for every one of us. I want to recognize, first of all, my friend Councillor Layden. He has been such a critical part of this effort. I've enjoyed not just this on many efforts, but the way that I think we work creatively and really well together on initiatives that we care about together. And it's been a real pleasure working with you, Mike, on this initiative. But it hasn't been us alone. I mean, we've been championing it during this generation, but I can tell you, like, there are many of you who have been part of this too. Councillor Davis, Janet Davis, was a real champion of this for so long. This has been a request for years from those of us who represent and reflect the priorities of our communities in the Midtown downtown core. And I'm so grateful that it seems like we're finally arriving at a place that we can move forward. Now, what does forward look like? And by the way, I also want to recognize groups like Walk TO, the Deer Park residents group in my area that really, beat the drums, and so many other groups in our city, neighborhood groups that really champion this. But what does the finish line look like for us? Well, now we, just like the rest of you, get to complain about the sidewalk snow plows not arriving as quickly as we want them to. And yes, they're gonna nick the sides of our lawns and newspaper boxes. And yes, but I'm glad that we're going to be able to deal with that rather than not have the service at all. This will be meaningful. And remember, we have an aging demographic. There are going to be more and more people who have mobility challenges in our city due to that fact and others. And what we're doing today is moving forward with the kind of city that I believe most of us want. A caring city, a compassionate city, an accessible city, a city that is built and designed for every single one of us, no matter who we are, no matter our abilities, and no matter geographically where we live. So thank you very much for your expected support. And thank you, Barbara Gray, and your team. Even through the difficult meetings we've had, you arrived, and you arrived really well, and we're grateful to you.
Thank you. Yes, briefly, I'd like just to speak in support of the report. I did attend one of the town hall meetings, and there were a lot of questions and that were asked at staff, and I want to thank staff for hosting these town hall meetings because I feel it was very positive. I've been waiting for this trial and for this report to come forward for a while. In particular, in my ward, where there are parts of my ward that receive the sidewalk clearing and parts of my ward that doesn't. And some of the areas that even do have it, they're damaging retaining walls, front lawns, and because of the equipment is not built for these narrow sidewalks. And constant complaints where there's been damage. And other parts of my ward where one side of the street receives it, the other side does not receive it because of the width of the sidewalk. So I'm in full support of the report that we have before us. And I'm just hoping, and I did express when I met with staff, some of the concerns that I do have is that when the street plows, we need to time the sidewalk and the street when the street plows come, or if the sidewalk plows come first thing in the morning, that's all cleared up, and then the street plows come and throw all the snow back on the sidewalk, then you get hundreds of phone calls from residents. I get so many calls from residents, so angry. And so hopefully we're able to be able to correct that with the new contract. And so I'm in full support of this, of the recommendation. And, Councillor Holliday, you're correct. Some parts of the city, when we amalgamated, continued with the services in the former municipalities. For example, Etobicoke got the leaf pickup, other parts of the city did not. I have part of it. But, I think it's fair that we try to, the service that we provide to residents is equal throughout the city. And so I will be supporting this recommendation. And thank you to staff especially for reaching out to the community and bringing forward this report today. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the deputants that submitted written submissions and also Walk Toronto for their advocacy on this. And also thank Mayor Tory for his advocacy to do this, but to do it in a very thoughtful way that included a pilot, a testing of equipment, a trial, and then rolling it out in a very thoughtful, well laid out manner. And so very big thanks to city staff as well for this. They identified a problem. They realized the current equipment wouldn't work. It wasn't an overnight solution that could be had. It did require thought. It required a pilot. They have very cool pieces of equipment right now. I hope you asked to see the videos. It's very cool, the equipment that they use that can deal with these narrower spaces that are hard to navigate. But then they also have a plan for hand shoveling of areas that those plows can't handle either. So this is a very big initiative. I don't think we should just underestimate how much work this was for both city staff, but also going forward, that there are incredible resources being dedicated to that. It is an equity issue. I think everybody realized that, and hopefully it'll have support to move forward today.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to create some clarity with what we're supporting.
We can't hear you.
2020.
We can't hear you.
No?
Could you shut off your video, please?
Yes, I've shut off my video. How's that? Any better?
A little, okay. No? Go ahead.
So I just want to create some clarity on what councillors are voting on today. The first thing is we're agreeing to this in principle, and it remains unfunded, and it's going to be referred to the 2022 budgetary process. So it has to clear budget committee, executive, and council one more time before it's fully funded. The other thing to note is it's my understanding that much of the problems in the downtown were not residential, where there were uncleared commercial properties, galleries, museums, multi-unit residential, and condominiums. And the City of Toronto will not be clearing those spaces. That will be the responsibility of those property homeowners, as it is now. And unless this is backed up with better enforcement and public education, we're going to have the same kind of problems downtown, where people are going to think they're getting, the Cadillac of snow clearing, where in fact many of the properties downtown are not included under this program. I think it's also important, although it was touched on earlier, that with snow clearing, there's a cautionary tale, and that's damaged lawns, damaged frontage, damaged landscaping, and the clearing itself creates a bit of a false sense of security, because even in areas where we do have sidewalk clearing, the residents go out there and clear and salt on their own, often before the sidewalk plow comes by. Now, that's another thing. Are you going to sit there all day with snow on your front sidewalk and waiting for the plow to come? So it's true they deploy with a certain amount of time, but they don't always come early in the day. And many homeowners get out there, including me, early in the morning and make sure our sidewalks are clear. So we end up doing it anyway. And of course, these plows do a pretty good job. They're state of the art. They're almost $100,000 each, but no snow clearing is perfect. And there will still be icy patches. There still will be snow, and we have to be very careful that it doesn't create this false sense of security. That being said, I think we are on the right road to a city with in which everyone is treated equally, in which there's so-called equity, and that some of this is long overdue. I want to echo the comments made earlier that I think our committee did the right thing by making sure that there was a pilot program. We tested out the new technologies and equipment. We had a budget for the pilot, and we tested on various streets that were reflective of the whole downtown. And the conclusion back with the report that's in front of you is that this is supportable, this is fundable, this creates safety, and this creates a better city. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'll try to be as brief as possible. I think Councillor Matlow summed up some of the points really well, in particular that thanking those that came before us to set the stage for this and make it possible. Councillor Janet Davis, for years was on this issue and continuously raised it and brought it up time and time again. You know, there was a time when it wasn't a priority for me and it wasn't an issue on my radar. And then I had kids. And then I started pushing a stroller. And you know, it's not that every house isn't clearing their snow. It's just that one house on a whole block can make the street more difficult to the stroller or of a certain age. So I think this is an important step. I will also thank Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Matlow, and the Mayor for putting their energy and support behind the project. I was one of those individuals that wanted to see it move faster. And our previous speaker, Councillor Pasternak, has raised an important issue. This isn't it crossing the finish line. We will continue to see, and it could be sometime into into next year that we actually have the equipment that is capable of clearing all the streets to the same standard and achieving that equity around this particular issue. I look forward to that time, and I think that despite the beautiful weather today, this is a good day to celebrate our winter maintenance standards being improved in this way. I would also just like to thank staff, because I know it was considerable effort on their part to do the pilot. I happen to live on a street because many of my neighbors were seniors that was part of the pilot area, and I gotta say, I think it was very well done. I think Councillor Pasternak is also right that I think most people, like myself, will probably go out and still do some of the clearing. But it's not about just one or two individuals doing it. Unless you have that whole side cleared, it's not an accessible sidewalk. So again, thanks to all involved. I'm glad to see this moving forward and look forward to having a discussion about it during the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
And I won't take too long either, Speaker, but this is a really happy day, even though it's about 28 degrees above when it's 28 degrees below, we'll be thanking ourselves and our constituents will be thanking us for taking this forward. I really want to thank the mayor and I want to thank Barbara Gray because she really took this head on, and it was a pernicious issue that had been around for so many years. I've been on many councils where we try to say, well, if you're not clearing the snow everywhere, well, we're going to take that away. We're going to take your windrow clearing away. You know what that was like. And now we're actually having standards that are across the city. I do want to thank Councillor Davis, but you should know that she was so strong and persistent that she managed to get a change for the wards that went down to the Danforth, even though they didn't meet the criteria of snow clearing. And the streets that were south of the Danforth that had boulevards couldn't get clearance. And it was said it was East York, but now we know actually Danforth isn't East York, it's north, a number of streets north of East York. So there's all kinds of fiddling around, adding streets here and there, making some people happy, trying to get into the mix. This is at the board. We don't have 5 or 6 people that are getting on one street, seniors getting their streets cleared and others not getting out to clear their snow. In the old city of Toronto, if you had a corner lot and you didn't clear that, that was a $240 fine if you didn't clear it right away. And many people kind of woke up and maybe they were away, then they got these huge fines. And then a few streets north, nobody had a fine. It just wasn't fair. This is fair. I agree with Councillor Layton. People will get out there, they'll clear their snow, they'll help their neighbors, and then these little mechanical plows will go by. I know that there's discussions about what happens with these plows that harm your property or make a mistake and gouge your garden and other things. I just want to say for years, we've always said, do we have to have the same size of equipment everywhere in the city? We had many arguments about fire trucks. They could be smaller in other areas. In Europe and other places, the fire trucks are much smaller in the old parts of the city than they are in the suburbs. So one size doesn't fit all, but one policy should fit all. And this is the one that will fit us all. And just thank you to everybody who made this possible. All of the advocates who fought hard for this, Walk Toronto, who really and truly are really conscious of how to make our streets walkable for everyone, old, young, able-bodied, not able-bodied, mums, kids, everybody. That's the city that we all want to live in, and this is one step closer. So thank you so much to everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to speak in support of these recommendations. And it was interesting when I heard Deputy Mayor Holliday mention, is this the right time to be doing this? Recognizing we're in a pandemic or just coming out of a pandemic. We do have major financial challenges in this city, and we've had to cope and manage a lot over the last couple of years, and I think we have all seen that. But I actually think, and that's a fair statement, by the way. I mean, we have had to make some difficult decisions. We, of course, would not have been able to do this without the support of the other 2 levels of government. But our staff and the systems that we represent, the divisions, have done an incredible amount of work, coming and setting an example of finding the savings and efficiencies that we needed to do out of the pandemic. And I think when we look at our priority on trying to maintain the services, the important services that I think people across the city really rely on, we've done an incredibly good job at that under very, very difficult circumstances. But we've continued to do that. And I know next year is going to be no different. We're going to have those same kind of challenges. But when you're looking at, providing the right kind of services to the residents of the city, it is just fair that we look at trying to provide the service of snow clearing on residential streets. So I'm supportive of this. It will have to go through the budget process, and it'll be a challenging year, like it primarily is every year. But I think this probably is a good time to have that conversation. It will mean we may have to, look more seriously. I mean, $5 million, $10 million, it all adds up. But I think we may have to look very carefully at, not cutting services, but looking at how we find the efficiencies to ensure, or more efficiencies to ensure that we can provide these services. So I'm comfortable and do support this. As I said, it will go through the budget process. I do know out in my ward that there are 2 seasons. The one season we're just starting, and that's Bluffers Park season, and everybody coming down there. And then the winter season, of course, starts with the first snowfall. And you will be getting my colleagues who, we've been joking about it, but my staff get those calls from people who have not had their snow driveways plowed right away, or they ruined the grass. So that's coming. And but it's a well-deserved time to be introducing this. So I just want to say I'll be supporting this fully. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, we see that you haven't received the vote. Maybe, are you able to refresh your screen, refresh your browser?
Yeah, I'm in the affirmative. Let me try refreshing, but I didn't get the. But you can count me on in the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries 25-1.
Thank you. Well, now go back to the top of the agenda. EX 24.2. Election-related information request. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Does anybody have?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you put your
yeah.
name, please, on the screen?
Sorry?
Okay, just one sec, please.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, so some time ago when we dealt with this issue, I had moved a motion at council that looked at sort of equalizing the funding formula in some of the underrepresented wards. For example, I look at the ward that I used to represent, the old Ward 8, and at one point the electors were basically chopped down to half the number, and that made the spending limit on the election very. It had brought it down considerably, and I had moved the motion to look at bumping up the sort of the base amount for areas like that where it's a challenge getting people on the voters list.
Councillor
Now I
Perruzza,
understand.
Councillor Perruzza, your
Yeah.
question, please. We're at questions.
Well, the question to staff is, I see in the report that basically they just reference the limitations placed on those things by provincial legislation, and I'm just wondering, have we approached the province on this issue, and is there a way for us to bring some create a bit of a level playing field across the city in this area?
Through the speaker, I am familiar, Councillor Perruzza, with that member direction related to the limits. And we did bring that forward to the province, as we do any directions of council that are requesting legislative changes to the Municipal Elections Act. And over the years, council has requested a number of amendments to the campaign finance provisions of the Municipal Elections Act. And unfortunately, the province hasn't made those changes. Certainly, we're prepared to send another letter, have another conversation if you're interested in moving a motion to that effect.
Uh, yeah, so I'm happy to move that motion. I guess the other thing, and I see that in the report that we're moving towards using or at least relying on the provincial voters list. How do our spending limits compare in relation? Since the ward / ridings are the same now, how do our spending limits and our numbers compare to both the provincial members' limits as well as the federal members' limits, given that the areas are the same, the electors we're trying to reach are the same, conditions are the same?
Through the speaker, I'm not familiar with that level of detail in the federal and provincial election law. Their laws are very, very different than the Municipal Elections Act. So the structure and a lot of their legal provisions are quite different than ours. Again, I'm happy to find out that information, and I can follow up with you separately after the meeting.
So you haven't done any analysis whatsoever on how much money a provincial candidate is able to spend in a riding versus how much money we are able to spend per elector in the same district?
Through the speaker, we haven't done that analysis yet, Councillor. And as you'll recall, the ward boundaries were only aligned to coincide with the federal and provincial ridings in the last election. So that's a new ward structure for us. But again, I'm happy to go and do that analysis, and I can follow up with you separately after the meeting.
Okay, but how do we get you to do that work so we get an opportunity to look at that and perhaps request those changes? Would that require a change in provincial legislation for us to do, or do we have the ability to change those to make those limits, sort of the same as the provincial candidates? Is that something within our authority to do? Or no?
Through the speaker, the provincial formula for the spending limits is set out in law, and the city has no discretion in changing that. Again, we would be happy to have a conversation with the province related to whether or not they'd be open to changing the law. I will say that given that we're just about to go into an election year, I'm not optimistic that they would make legislative changes so close to an election year, but potentially they could look at it for the next general election, which would be in 2026.
When are we going to look at this
Councillor
again?
Perruzza, you're way over time. Thank you. That was your last question.
Last question. I just want to know when
Councillor,
we're
you're
going
way
to look
over
at this
time.
again.
Yeah, sorry. Councillor Carroll, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Fiona, maybe I can help by asking Councillor Brooks's questions just before I go on to my own, at the premise that we're getting too close to the election and in a very difficult time with the pandemic. When's our first opportunity in the next term of office if we want to look at election legislation? Would we have to move a motion, or is it a matter of course in our council calendar?
Through the speaker, I think moving a motion might make sense, and my recommendation would be to request the clerk to report back on potential legislative changes going into the 2026 election, coming out of the 2022 election.
Right, but we could do that at any time. We don't have to do it today necessarily, but we could
correct.
Do it before going out into the hustings, so that you could prepare if we so chose. Okay, so I'll follow up on that later. I have the same interest as Councillor in that. My questions are about the summary of the New York City matching program, and as I indicated at executive, I'm not looking to see it move forward now. It's clear that it would be difficult to do that now in time for 2022, and also deal with the possible pandemic voting procedures. But I'm concerned because there are a couple of things that I've noticed since executive that are missing from this. it's not crystal clear in the chart, if the chart is all councillors choose to read, when it talks about a final audit of election finances and a July audit in election year. It's not crystal clear. That audit happens before the election. Am I right? They have a fall election.
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Right. And what also, what I can't find in the chart, and I know you talk about it in the body of the text, but if we were just looking at this chart, what's not clear there are the disclosure requirements. If councillors chose to take part in the public grant program, instead of having a rebate program, they grant to the candidate based on submitting their donation records. If we're taking part in the grant program, then that audit also includes disclosing who your funders are, and they are posted on a website that voters can look at before election night. Is that not, that's still the case, is it not?
Through the speaker, that's correct, Councillor. They post the contributions on their website regularly through the election cycle.
Right. And so in that election year, there are actually 7 audits. There are audits each time you go in to submit donations you have at the various grant deadlines. And then finally, there's an audit that happens post-election. I don't know that it's 100% clear in the chart that that's the case, that these are pre-election day audits, and they're done by the Campaign Finance Authority itself. You don't have to go out and find a private sector auditor. They have a board that does it. That's still the case, isn't it?
Through the speaker, the candidates do not have to hire their own auditors, so the audits are actually done by the Campaign Finance Board. My understanding,
Right.
and I may not be completely correct in this, Councillor, it's a complex program that they operate in New York and quite different than Toronto's contribution rebate program. My understanding is that they're not doing full audits through the election cycle. They're doing a financial assessment of the financial records that they submit, and then they do a full actual audit at the end of that process.
Yes, that's the one that's truly forensic, right? So the only other question I have, and that is, if we were to make a request to the province that we would like to be able to contemplate in a community, upon consultation with the community, we'd like to be able to contemplate a grant program instead of a rebate program. And if we were going to do that, we don't necessarily have to follow New York City to the letter. This is simply a model, a successful model that exists in another city, taking into account their political landscape. Am I right?
Through the speaker, that's correct. The legislative barrier right now is the Municipal Elections Act does not enable contributions to candidates. So if we were going to look at a grant matching program, then the legislation would need to be changed.
Thank you.
Right. But
Councillor Carroll, that was your last
I'll cover it
question.
in my speaking notes. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll cover it in my speaking notes. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perruzza to speak. You held the item down.
Madam Speaker,
Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak here. I have questions for staff.
Oh, hold on. I hear. Hold on. Do I hear
Sorry.
somebody?
Yes, no, it's me calling.
So
yes, Councillor Pasternak here. I was on the list for questions for staff.
okay, your name just appeared. Okay, you have questions?
I'm gonna say it was magic. Yes, thank you very much. So I just wanted to follow up on a question I had at committee, and it was regarding our council size. And at committee, I asked what the status was of the Supreme.
We can't hear you. Councillor Pasternak.
Ruling of,
Councillor Pasternak.
okay, I've turned.
Okay,
Is that better?
yes, that's better.
Yes.
So I had asked about our Supreme Court ruling, and you'd mentioned that we'd hear by the end of the year. I thought that was cutting it very tight, considering nominations open May 1st. In that response, you said, well, we're preparing for a 25 ward election and a 47 ward election. Is there any way the Supreme Court could say, you want 25, you want 47, our ruling is you're going to get 36.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that would be highly unlikely. I think it's fair to say that that would not happen. While we can't predict when the Supreme Court of Canada will make a decision, certainly they have heard the matter. It was heard in March, and they routinely take a number of months or longer to make a decision. I certainly agree that the timing would be tight, but I also want to make it very clear that that even if the city is successful, it is unlikely that the court would direct that the election be conducted with the larger number of councillors. Again, it's not something we can say with any certainty, but that's another matter to keep in mind.
So you say it's uncertain, and yet you seem certain that the court will not split the difference.
The reason I say that is that it wasn't before them. That wasn't one of the issues that they were considering. They weren't being asked to decide on the appropriate size. They were being asked to decide whether what the provincial government did was contrary to the Constitution.
Okay, all right, we'll leave that for now. My next question involves the pilot program for mail-in voting. And I was wondering whether the Ward 22 Scarborough Agent Court by-election, whether the mail-in ballots were multilingual.
Through the speaker, the mail-in ballots were not multilingual, but we did provide the instructions on how to vote by mail in multiple languages.
And was that problematic? Did any candidates or members of the public complain that they couldn't understand the ballot and didn't understand, the instructions or at least what was on the ballot, mail-in ballot paper?
Through the speaker, we've never had complaints, to my knowledge, about our ballots not being multilingual. In a general election, you may, it's important to note that we have over 200 different ballot types because we have a number of races that we do, mayor, councillor, and 4 school trustees for 4 boards. So translating a ballot, I think, would be very complicated. Again, we always provide instructions on how to vote and how to fill out their ballot in multiple languages. And to my knowledge, we've never had a complaint about not having an actual multilingual ballot.
Okay. I'm going to jump back to this New York system just for a second. In the report, it says that 54% of all candidates incurred penalties, with fines ranging from $50 to $10,000. When, I guess that's for election audit issues. When I see that over half the candidates couldn't navigate the system there, and remember they weren't using their own auditors, that indicates that the system is deeply flawed. Did that number jump off the page for you, or that's part of the course and something that we can overcome?
That's your last question.
Through the speaker, the number did not jump off the page for me. I think the New York grant matching program has a lot of rules and procedures, much stricter than Toronto's campaign finance regime. So I wasn't surprised that, there were errors made, and I'm sure that some of them were very inadvertent, and then potentially some of them were a little bit more serious. So I think the percentage represents the gamut of infractions that they may have seen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Perruzza to speak.
I'm just preparing a motion that I would like to submit on this matter. I'm sorry, I don't have it ready yet. Maybe you can go to others or you can set the matter down and go to another item and come back to it later in the meeting, or
Okay,
okay.
Councillor Carroll?
Can I move that we set it down and come back to it
No, hold on.
later in the meeting since it's
Councillor
not a
Perruzza,
pressing matter?
please.
Yeah,
Councillor Perruzza, get your
Sure.
motion ready and send it to staff.
yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Do you have,
No,
Councillor
but I've
Carroll?
been thinking about this a lot because you were on that
I'm
call
waiting for
where
people's
we-
microphones to be
me,
turned on.
Carol.
Councillor please, somebody is speaking on the phone.
Speaking about me, I dare say.
I don't know who was speaking, but I could hear voices. This is really
It was
a bad,
Councillor Pasternak
this is a
talking
bad
about me,
day.
Madam Speaker.
This is a bad day.
No, I assure you, we were not talking about any sitting councillor.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak,
Interesting.
please.
Interesting.
You know, members, we need to get through this agenda. We have a huge agenda.
Yes.
So please, let's focus. Now, Councillor Carroll, did you want to speak now? You're next.
I would like my clock. Yes, I would like you to start my clock again, and then I will speak. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I was crystal clear at executive, and I don't know what motion my colleagues are planning, but it is not my intention to write a motion because it is clear to me in other parts of the report that that our staff, our city staff, have quite an election to run. We all hope that there's no fourth wave, there's no nothing, but this has been a very difficult time, and we know that it's going to be a challenge to run the 2022 election. In fact, you know, we're at a point now well past midterm when often the education types of information and orientations and such that are going out into the city for people to be empowered to make this a fair election, we're already behind schedule for that because the election staff can't get together with the kind of people who would be volunteering to be a part of that education and empowerment campaign. So it's going to be difficult. So I'm not moving a holus bolus change right now, but what I hope is that people have time to look at the report that gives us the New York City as an example of one grant financing system. There are others, Mexico City and so on and so forth, other cities in the United States. What we do know is this, regardless of whatever the legal challenge decision is, it looks like we don't have time to make a change. And surely, even if the decision was in our favor, a court is not going to, if they're going to decide that a provincial government should not have heavy-handedly have meandered right into the middle of our election process and change it, if the judge is going to rule that, the judge is not going to then march into our election and change it herself. They will probably decide based on what a province should or should not do, but then they will leave it up to the municipality, if they decide in our favor, to decide what to do next. So I'm not going to exacerbate that, but I do ask that my colleagues live through 2022 election and really take a good long look at whether or not they think with the large wards we have in this high stakes mega city we have, if we're really being fair to the future, if we don't begin to look at election finance reform. And it's becoming that high stakes mega city that years ago caused New York City to make a change from candidates needing always to go after the largest donation possible and then rebate it later, flipped it to go after your community. Fund your campaign in and of your community with small donations, and then instead of rebating the money out to the electorate, you are granting the money up front to the elector. And in so doing that, New York City created a transparency regime that is admirable. And contrary to what the question you just heard from my colleague, If you knock on the door of the Campaign Finance Authority staff in New York City and ask them to explain their audit system, they are deeply, deeply proud of how rigid, how strict, how transparent, and how clean it is. They work flat out in an election year to audit your compliance throughout the year, so that you're not in trouble after the election for having done something that as a new candidate you might not have realized was non-compliant. Your non-compliance is vetted out, you're given a period of time to fix it before the election, but the fundamental and most important thing in these new giant high stakes wards is that to get your grant financing, you disclose who your donors are, and it's right there on a website for residents to see on the night they vote. And that has to be the high watermark for a transparent election. And if we really care about the future of this council chamber, that should be a compelling change that you want to look at. So I simply ask that people look at the work staff have done to put it all in a table for you. Come and ask me, because I met for 4 hours with those people, just like staff did. I can tell you more, and so can Fiona. But we really owe it to ourselves to look at this and evaluate what the 2022
5
experience
seconds.
is and decide whether or not to ask the province for this permission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next item, EX 24.3. Yes, we're standing the item down. Oh, Councillor Robinson, you just put your name on? Councillor Robinson?
I'll just be very quick. I just want to echo what Councillor Carroll said. I do agree that this concept of showing who your supporters are prior to the election night being called is very important. So I just wanted to emphasize that. In fact, I think it should be a rolling document that people can see as the funds come in and they're cleared by the campaign office. I do believe that should be public information and accessible to the voters, even for the early polls, not just the night of the election. So that's something I could definitely get behind. And I think a lot of residents could get behind, because I know the reform happened years ago, but you can still see clearly, if you look closely at some of the results of who donated, there's lobbyists, developers, unions all involved, and not by the, not necessarily by the company name, but by individuals. So I think that's an excellent idea related to financial reform. And I do hope it's something that this city will pursue down the road, if not sooner.
Thank you. Okay, we'll hold the item down. Let's try to get at least one item done before we break. EX 24.3, Ontario Place redevelopment. Councillor Cressy, you held the item down. Do you have questions? Councillor Cressy?
No questions, Speaker.
Okay, does anybody?
Speaker, I do.
Okay, if you can put your name on the list.
Yes, I am having some trouble with it, but I'm there now.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. I believe they'll be brief. I wondered if staff could talk to me a little bit about the process to consult internally within the city, and in particular with our agencies, boards, and commissions that would be affected by any plans at Ontario Place.
So through you, Madam Speaker, excuse me, certainly Deputy Mayor Holiday, we've got all the city divisions that are necessary to be involved, going to be involved. We also have Exhibition Place, and we have done the outreach with Create TO. I think we missed them and the need for them involved in this process, and we are seeking to remedy that. And we'll be engaging with any other agencies or divisions that we need as we move forward with the province.
Having the privilege of serving on Exhibition Place board, I'm aware that the tenants are very, very important. Are you confident that the needs of the tenants and the concerns of the tenants would flow through Exhibition Place through you as you work your relationship with the province on this matter?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly Mr. Don Boyle, the CEO of Exhibition Place, is represented on our exhibits, and as well the necessary staff will be involved through the working groups that we have as we work through the various processes. I'm happy for Mr. Boyle, if he's on today, if he'd like to speak to that for you.
If he's not, maybe I'll just ask one final question. This is the most salient to me. I've also had the privilege of serving on the Canadian National Exhibition Association for some time, and I'm a member of their board, and that is one of the city's agencies. And I would put to you that that is a prominent and important agency and an important stakeholder. Are you confident that the needs of the Canadian National Exhibition will also find their way through the process so that they are on your radar and they have the ability to comment, or you the ability to interact with them, and their needs and their concerns would be brought forward?
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Speaker. Exhibition Place and its relationship with Ontario Place, the programming that occurs between the two is definitely in consideration for all of us.
No, just further on that, the Canadian National Exhibition Association, which would be the entity for the fair itself. And
right.
I guess
So
they would be a tenant of the Exhibition Place.
Right. So through you, Madam Speaker, when I made reference to programming, it's understanding how the various properties are intended to be used and going to be used, and how those complement and benefit each other. And absolutely the tenants and the operators of the programming and Exhibition Place are an important group.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to Ms. Cook, what will the role of the Exhibition Place Board be in all this, and how will they fit into what's happening at City Hall?
So through you, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, the CEO, Mr. Don Boyle, is a part of the Executive Steering Committee, and he most certainly has that direct relationship with the Exhibition Place Board, a critically important stakeholder for this entire process. So they will be engaged as we roll out the various engagement aspects of this program over the next number of years.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Cressy, to speak, you held the item down.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I can begin by placing a motion, and with thanks to city staff as well as the mayor and his office for their collaboration on this. And the motion is twofold. One, it is to request our deputy city manager and their staff to initiate public consultation, especially on the areas of municipal ownership and interest, and as well to convey to the province some of the important pieces that we've heard through the subcommittee on the future of Ontario Place and City Council's previous guiding principles that we endorsed in 2019. I spoke at Executive Committee, so I won't take too much time here, other than to say that for all of us in this city, I mean, Ontario Place represents 155 acres of public land, 155 acres in the heart of our city and province, right on the waterfront. And if you haven't been down in a while, you should, because it is a magnificent space and piece of our city. There's a beautiful park. The heritage is unrivaled, but it's also due for a reimagination. And when you reimagine something as central and significant and as important as 155 acres of public land on the waterfront, well, you only get one chance to do that right. Ontario Place turned 50 years just a couple weeks ago. Well, we need to think about it for the next 50 years. We need to get it right, and we also need to build on what works. And I would tell you, in the wake of our experience with COVID over the last year and a half, the need to be able to access public spaces has been more present than ever. Now, when it comes to the future, this revitalization, it's important for council to understand that while there's 155 acres of land there, and the province owns most of it, they don't actually own all of it. Some of Ontario Place is owned by the City of Toronto, both land as well as the water lots. And so our interest here is not simply as a local government that is building for our future. And not simply as a government with land holdings immediately north at Exhibition Place or with servicing involvement. Rather, we're also a part of a landowner here. And so this requires, a successful revitalization requires us working together. The terms of reference that are in front of us here today, I do want to commend city staff. Our city staff, going back to the subcommittee on the future of Ontario Place that was held, the involvement under Chair Grimes' leadership of the Exhibition Place as well, in coming up with our vision of guiding principles, ensuring public access, heritage preservation, year-round animation, parkland, and robust public engagement. Those were the principles we endorsed that are reflected and affirmed here now in the TOR. And so I want to thank city staff for that hard work, because I got to tell you, I think being at the table based on these clear principles is important if we're going to assert our vision and assert our role in a joint endeavor here on Ontario, which is there's a clear body that's not at the table right now, and that's the public. These are public lands, and we have had a process that has not been done thus far at provincial level in public. And listen, many of us sit on boards dealing with public land, whether it's Create TO or Waterfront TO or the Parking Authority. And we know if you're going to deal with public land, you want to get the public involved. That's how you create the best outcomes. And so that's why our amendments here today are not only to convey the need for a provincial public process, but also for us to initiate ourselves. Let me just close by reaffirming, listen, Ontario Place deserves, I believe, a grand revitalization. It needs to remain a place for all of Ontarians. And as a city, I think we should push ourselves and fight to make sure that we get that vision right. We should articulate that vision and those objectives. We should work with the province and our public to ensure they're met. And I can tell you as a councillor, I'm prepared to champion that. But I would include a but here. If ultimately our provincial counterparts come back with a vision that is not in keeping with our principles and our sense of what should come, we also need to be prepared to push back. And so we should fight for what we want and be prepared to push back if need be. And with that, Speaker, I'll conclude my remarks and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher has a question for you, 3 minutes clarification.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your motions, Councillor Cressy, and your leadership here. I'm really interested in number 2, that under our DCM, that there be to lead public engagement opportunities. What would that look like? Would there be an advisory group? How would that pull together? Would you be on that? I think it's a great idea. I just want to flesh that out a little bit more so we understand when we're voting on it and what we're actually voting for. Thanks.
Sure, and I think to be very, very clear, Councillor Fletcher, the motion is very specific that it's our civil services that's going to initiate and lead that consultation process. So I was very careful not to prescribe exactly how that would unfold, though what is articulated in the motion is the expectation of regular updates to the public, which I imagine would take the form of meetings, but I would leave that to the public, as well as a stakeholder advisory committee comprising relevant stakeholders.
So that stakeholder advisory committee would be selected through the city's process, through applications, and then reflecting those who have got great knowledge about the waterfront and concerned about Ontario Place, etc.
Again, I mean, it's to get members of the public involved so that they can have a say, especially on matters related to municipal jurisdiction and interest. And so whether that's through the Stakeholder Advisory Committee or other meetings, as our Deputy City Manager and her team will work to pull together, I look to them, but I would anticipate it would take all of those forms.
Can you just describe when you said the city owns the water lots? Would you mind just telling everybody a bit more about that, please?
I mean, I don't want to speak for city staff in terms of specific for real estate holdings. I would just note that, so there is 155 acres at Ontario Place, of which it is my understanding, and city staff can correct me after the fact if I'm wrong, that that the city owns 2 acres of the land portion, as well as, I believe it's 10 acres of the water lot portion.
So there's a stake that the city has in real estate, as well as just because it's on our waterfront, and should be a big contributor.
To which I would say is the opportunity here. I mean, I would say that as part of a joint endeavor with our provincial counterparts and the public, there's an opportunity together to reimagine this in a great way.
Great, thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, so the last speaker will be Mayor Tory.
Can you hear me okay, Speaker?
Yes, I can.
Good, thank you. I'm sorry, I've just been having a few intermittent trouble. I have a motion. I'll perhaps ask the clerks if they'd be kind enough to put that up on the screen.
Okay.
I started my video, but it doesn't seem to be responding. Not that anybody has to look at me. I need a haircut, I think. These are meant to be responsive to some of the concerns that have been expressed in terms of involving the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place and the CNE board, just because one is, of course, the landowner across the street, our landowner, as it were, and the other is a principal tenant, or one of the principal tenants of Exhibition Place. So that I think we just wanted to make sure they were in the loop, given that it's mainly been the Waterfront Secretariat that has been the principal point of contact on the city side of things. And the second point is a good point that has been made, which is that, you know, TO was created to help us with strategic, you know, use of our own land and strategic. And if this talking to the government of Ontario about what they're doing with Ontario Place and what we at the same time are going to do that makes sense and is compatible, if that's the right word, with that at Exhibition Place, then it makes sense that Create TO should be involved in those discussions too. So this simply would have the Create TO staff experts involved in the relevant working groups established pursuant to terms of our. I will not speak much longer. I did speak to this when I was introducing the executive, and only to say that I think it would have been better in a real world if that's table on with respect to Ontario, not because, as he correctly pointed out, a very constructive person. He's, you know, representing the people that he represents, and I understand that completely, and I represent them because I'm the mayor of all the people. But because the premier, to me,
Mayor,
he wants to do something exciting to we all.
I'm sorry.
But he does want something that is going to be contrary to the interests or the wishes of Toronto. He's made it clear. Anyway, you know, the companies that he to work with us on this and sees it to work. And I agree with that. It is necessary for a whole bunch of reasons, some reasons of ownership and things like that. But I think more cooperative spirit understands the sense for us to take of the city and try and look at what we're going to do with it together, even though we're separate landowners. Make sure that our plans are compatible with each other, so that we do something that benefits the people in that part of the city, really all the way up, you know, into the city proper, as it were, the Liberty Village. You want to make sure that whole all the way down is. You can't hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor. Mayor Tory? I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I can't hear you now. Oh, we're really having problems today.
There's a terrible delay, though. See if it's
Okay, do you want to
try
try?
looking?
Do you want to
Oh,
try?
she can hear me.
So, Mayor Tory, are you connected? Did you disconnect and connect?
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I'm sorry, I logged back on again. I don't know what the problem is. We're having somebody come in the morning. So I was just saying that, you know, what really makes sense here is going to be one plan in the ideal world that actually makes sense, even though we're not having the right to sort of veto each other's plans, that makes sense from the standpoint of a precinct that runs really all the way from Liberty Village all the way down to the lake, and is something that is the best that it could possibly be for the people that live in the city of Toronto and for people from outside who come to visit, so that there's a sort of comprehensive, and that's the result that I would seek. And I think the best place for us to achieve the best result for Ontario Place, subject to the asterisk that Councillor Cressy suggested about more public consultation, which I support, is if we sit at this table under these terms of reference, which were negotiated over a year. And, you know, when you negotiate for a year, you get something that's not everything you wanted, but it is a place at the table for us to sit and be part of these discussions. So I'm looking forward to doing it in that spirit, working with Councillor Cressy, with Councillor Grimes, with Exhibition Place, with the Create TO, getting the best result we can for the people. So thank you, Speaker, and I'm sorry for the technical issues.
Thank you. Now, we do have a question by Councillor Perks, clarification of the motion. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And my apologies for taking up council's time. I just want to make sure I understand something. So the addition of Create TO, I just want to make sure that that doesn't in any way undermine the fact that the lead agency or the lead division to date has been the planning department, because this of course is governed by a secondary plan. We're not transferring this from a land use discussion to a real estate discussion. Am I correct in understanding that? Planning still sets secondary planning principles here?
Speaker, through you to the councillor, you're absolutely correct in terms of my intention. My intention is just to get the great minds of Create, or to help with the strategy, make sure we get the best of this, and that's why they're involved at the working group level, not anywhere else. And so, you know, that's no offense to them, but yes, it's going to be in charge with the same people that are in charge today, but that Create TO will hopefully be brought to the table to make our side of the table, if I can put it that way, even stronger with creativity and so on, but no intent of them taking it over or anything, any such.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, clarification of the motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you said something earlier that I hope that you can expand on, because it's news to me and to council. My perception has been that Premier Ford has been taking effectively a unilateral approach to potential changes at Ontario Place. And there is a fear amongst many community members that he simply wants to allow his donors in the development industry to do well off this land. You said earlier that that Premier Ford, you don't believe, or to paraphrase you, that he's going to do anything against the interests of Toronto. Has something been said or written to give you that confidence that that in fact is true? Because he hasn't demonstrated that. There's a trend of him doing things unilaterally at Toronto rather than with Toronto.
You know, I've sat through some of those things with you, especially in the early days, which were, you know, very unsatisfactory in that regard, including the fact there are 26 of us sitting here today as opposed to some other number. And so I know what you're saying. He did say to me back in those days, but he's repeated it several times since, that he wants to work with us on Ontario Place. He didn't say he was giving, I mean, it was conversation as opposed to him writing me formal letters or anything, but he didn't say he wanted to give us a veto and that we got to pick what happened there. And I indicated earlier on today in my remarks that I was, you know, I wish we could have been involved earlier in this process that has gone on with respect to them finding people to do various things at Ontario Place, the details of which are still not revealed, as you know. But what I did say was, now I think we have a mechanism in place that can give some life to his repeated statements that he wants to work with the city. on Ontario Place because he knows it's all part of one precinct. I initially sort of spoke to him about it back in 2018, it might have been, to say, look, these two things are right across the street from each other. They are part of one precinct. It makes sense we should make decisions together, you know, so that we get the right kind of result for everybody. And it is in the city of Toronto. And that's when he said to me, I want to work with you on this, not against you or not in some way where, but, you know, then the first phase of this, admittedly, has been a phase where we know very little about what's gone on, but I view this as the turning point now because we have a table to go to with designated senior officials, not politicians, where, and as Councillor Perks just said, it's very heavy on our side with not only senior management of the city, but also with planning people. And that can help us, I think, to get the right result combined with Councillor Cressy's public consultation. So I just think we're better off at the table, not at the table. And this may be the first taste we really get of us being at the table, actually participating as the Premier suggested we would. So it's nothing more than conversation, but it's a conversation that's happened more than once.
And would you support if, as Councillor Cressy alluded to, that if, you know, every time we've gone to the table, it's been a mixed result, but often it's been sort of, you know, their way or the highway, and we're left on the side of the road. And if necessary, if it does necessitate us taking a strong stand and challenging the province, let's say if it does become essentially a fire sale of land to the development industry, do you believe that might necessitate action on our part to push back?
That was your
Yeah,
last
I know
question.
a little bit about sort of what's I think likely to come, and it doesn't have any of the earmarks of that about it. But I will just say to you, take as an example, because I know people wouldn't know as the best as the council. Take as an example how I dealt with the cutbacks to public health and the cutbacks in the budget, where we fought them together. But I was the leader of that fight, and we, I think, achieved some pretty good results out of that. And if it's necessary for us to assert our interests because we think there's something very detrimental to the City of Toronto's interests, for me to assert our interests and work with you, the councillors, all of you, that's what we'll do. But, you know, I want to go into this with a glass half full or glass 3/4 full attitude, which is we can go to this table, sit down, we haven't even had the first meeting yet, and see, you know, where things are as opposed to doom and gloom. But I can certainly well treated, then I will be defending the city's interests because that's my job.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put Councillor Cressy's motion on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Mayor Tory's motion on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, we have a number of members. So we have some members' motion we introduced before we recess. Who? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion to introduce, and that is for us to reopen the deferral of development charges of Regent Park Community Health Center. The matter is urgent because they're undergoing renovations right now.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. If someone could put the motion on the screen so I know which one it is.
It's on the screen.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, got it. Right, an urgent motion related to Committee of Adjustment hearing with a deadline coming up.
Okay, this is for 75 Canterbury Place. On favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, I have a notice of motion because it's an urgent matter getting ready for Cafe Teal. Thank you.
The motion's on the screen. It's the one for.
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct. It's a zoning amendment. It's a zoning amendment. Thank you. That needs to happen shortly in order to make this, meet the deadline.
Motion's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. I believe you have another one, Councillor Fletcher?
I do. Yes, I do, Speaker. Thank you very much. This is about drag racing. It was a terrible accident on the Don Valley where a motorcyclist was killed and others were harmed. There's a lot of that going on the Don Valley Parkway. And there's also a motion of the legislature. So I would like to move this here. That on the agenda.
Okay, the motion is on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Councillor Fletcher, there's another one.
Yes, I do. That is, there is a supportive housing for women right at Strange Street and Queen, which could really be impacted by the Ontario line. And I'd like to make sure we understand exactly the situation. So I'd like to put this on the agenda, please.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Councillor Fletcher?
Another one, this is going to mediation this month, and I would like the city staff to be able to speak to the Salvation Army about this having affordable housing and being a social purpose site rather than a condo site. To do that urgently, so we need to deal with this at this council meeting, Speaker.
Okay, the motion's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Tomorrow.
Just like this, thank the clerk staff for all their help.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Councillor McKelvey.
Madam Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 34 on June 8th, 2021.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, thank you. We'll recess to tomorrow at 9:30, but I just want to apologize to members of council, staff. You know, we've had some technical issues today, and the staff here are doing their best. So hopefully we'll be able to get it all ironed out for tomorrow's meeting. So thank you very much, members, but thank you especially to the staff here in the council chambers for working so hard trying to get this, the technical issues resolved. Thank you. Recess to tomorrow, 9:30.